What's up, everybody? Jester here. Hopefully the screen comes up. There we go. How's everybody doing tonight? We're back in the Long Dark. Today we're going to be taking a little bit of a curveball. I'm not really mentally prepared to go into zone of contamination today. I was going to stream the last couple of days, but we had severe weather in the area. I didn't want to take a chance of getting into that area and getting progress and then losing it because we were out and not getting saves. That's past. So we'll probably end up doing ZOC tomorrow. Today, I want to risk it all. I want to go after the cougar. I'm tired of not knowing. So we're going into our main save. And yes, that means we're risking all the ropes. I think we're going to be okay. We're going to take every precaution. We're going to have to wait it out as well, just FYI. That was from the video the other day. We got to go put those back outside. Yeah, I don't know how long we've got to wait today. We're going to try to get through it. We're also going to go looking around for the moose spawn in this region because I don't know where it is now, although I have a suspicion I know where it is. We may just go look at that real quickly. Although our inventory is probably pretty fucky right now. Oops. All right, we just took down that bear. Plenty of rounds on us for right now. We haven't even got the cutscene yet, but I'm certain that we will. But I noticed when I was leaving PV the other day on the other save to get over to Airfield, well, to go out and do the signal void, I noticed the spot where moose markings are at. So we're going to go over here and look just real quick and see if it's there or not. And it might be a moose in this area. We don't know yet. Could be a tough spot to hunt them too, because it's going to be, we'll have to find us a good vantage. We also do not know exactly where the cougar is going to spawn in Pleasant Valley. If it indeed populates here. I'm guessing we got, 10 or 15 days, but we can kind of hustle through that, I think. We're going to take every opportunity or every advantage we can take against the cougar. We're going to throw the ballistic vest on. We're going to wear heavy gear. We're going to drop almost everything else, and we're going to go hunt this son of a gun. I want to know. Yeah, I noticed leaving PV the other day that this spot right over here going up the hill, probably somewhere down on the ice, that there was moose markings. And I'm curious if they're going to be here now. Because we don't know when the moose or where the moose is going to spawn. It's moved from our normal location at the barn, and it doesn't look like it's here. So, I don't know. We may have to explore a little bit of this map. Because it was pretty clear that the moose markings were right on these trees. I don't see any. Yep, this doesn't look like our spot. All right, well, let's head back to the house. That's okay, not a big deal. I did get some pretty good feedback on the food video. There were some things that I didn't include because I don't feel like they're really base game things or common game things, like corn and ham and the trader foods. Just again, I just kind of wanted to give newer players an idea of, hey, these are the foods that and what they do. And I learned something in that video. It was kind of awesome. I knew all along that there was foods that gave you, you know, food and water, and I knew there was foods that gave you food and took away water. But I never really stopped and put it together as to what all of them were and you know, how to categorize them. So it was a good learning experience for me as well, which I thought was excellent. So I thought what we'd do is we would do the beginning stages while we're kind of waiting. We'll do the beginning stages of setting up the house. Maybe we'll try to make a woodworking table, and then we'll turn that into a workbench, and we'll set up our little crafting area upstairs instead of downstairs, which I think is going to be way better. Yeah, unfortunately, the moose spawn's not where I was hoping it was going to be. I did it on the other save. I know it's starting to get confusing with the saves, but on the current save where we're currently doing the tails, it was right where we just went. Other than that, we could be in for a fairly reasonable amount of time because I just don't know how many days we've been on this save since Cougar 2.0 came out. And I know that it's based on difficulty as far as time goes, and my best understanding is Voyager, which was what we were on, is 30 days. So we've got some stuff that we can do in the meantime while we're kind of waiting for that cutscene to trigger. Iced tea here. Let's see what else we can dump off here, because we're pretty heavy. Or are we? We'll probably dump the crampons for... Really not that bad. We'll dump the crampons for the ballistic vest, and that's not exactly a good trade-off when it comes to weight, but this is more about protection than anything else. Try to get some of this cleaned up. We don't need the wood or anything. I'm just trying to clean up. So we don't have floaties. But yeah, I want to get the woodworking bench because I believe that's what you need in order to make we're gonna have to do a lot of moving stuff around here, it looks like. Because we will need that vise and we'll need a woodworking table, is my understanding. I've not tried this yet. I'm a little behind the times. I took a little break just because I was very disappointed that I couldn't get back to the areas we wanted to get to because of the ropes. I've since gotten over it. I've been warned against doing this. But as anybody that's been around me long enough to know, that kind of just fuels my fire. We do what we want. We kind of live a YOLO lifestyle. If the ropes go, they go. It's just digital stuff. I mean, we can always go get them again, or, you know, I've got the evidence that we did it, so it's not end of the world scenario. All right. Let's see what we need. Does that show up in this menu? So we need a furniture workbench. Wow, this is going to get expensive. All right, so we just need to go get 10 cedar wood. We may have to go out and farm some cedar while we're doing all this crap. And then we're going to need another 10 cedar because I'd like to have a woodworking bench as well. We've got some. Let's see what we've got. We may have enough to get the first table done. As far as crafting table. I think we need 35. We'll drop the fur. Not that that's going to help very much. But we can craft this anywhere, it looks like. Now my question is, does it go into your inventory? Because I want to put the workbench itself over here. So what we're going to do first off is probably drop these. Let's pick up our mess here. I think the workbench will look great here at the window. Hopefully we can move with all these guts. I don't ever want to have to pick all this shit up again. Good problems to have. I'm not complaining. Yeah, I'd say we've got enough for a while. We just added 10 more. Let's drop these someplace. Right now, this is good enough. We'll have to pick them up again, but this could take a little while. I mean, honestly, we've probably got enough guts to last us damn near forever now. But I think the workbench will look great over here. We're going to have to go down and break down the other workbench, which is fine because we don't want to go down there and craft. I think it'd just be nicer to be upstairs. Then once we've got that, we'll make the wood table. And then we'll see where we're going to put that. And then we'll kind of go from there as to where we want to place things. And if we want to add storage. Which obviously we're going to want to because there's stuff on the ground that I don't really approve of. Plus, we still need to open up and clean out our box of stuff that got moved from a while ago. Some of the things just got taken right off the shelf. Like all of our flares are just in that box for the most part. Ugh. Intestine. $80. Holy God. One stack was 80. That's insanity. Yeah, we don't really need to be collecting any more of those now, do we? I'm trying to figure out where we want to put everything. Let's get rid of the plant. Hopefully we're a little further along than I think we are when it comes to the cougar. Because that's what we'd like to see. I've been wanting to do this for a while. I just hadn't gotten around to it. This is just our pile of cloth that we could get to at any time. Wow, that was a filter, I think. What's that doing over here? Must have inadvertently dropped it in the wrong place. Kind of weird, some of these things clip through and it makes it look like, oh yeah, we're too heavy for this. We can't move. Son of a gun. Well, crap sticks. Still can't move. That's our move speed. Could you imagine moving across territories at this speed? Oh, wow. We're just going to try to get out in the middle of the road here and we can drop everything off. We'll figure it out later as to where we're going to put all of it. I want this to be my crafting-centric room. All my pelts, all my saplings, all of those type of things in this one area where we can just, and maybe even a wood pile for any little bips and bobs that we want to craft for the house. Yeah, I know, right? Killing it. I hit shift just to see if I could run. Yeah, the answer's no. I've kind of deliberately been putting off some of the safe house stuff just because I know it's going to be a lot of work. But since we got time to kill, this seems like a fairly decent time to kind of get started on it. We're going to go after the cougar one way or the other. It's just a matter of how long it is before he spawns. And hopefully it's not too long. We need to be extremely careful here not to drop anything we're wearing because we will probably never find it in this massive pile. Alrighty. How are you doing, by the way, Ease? Good to see you again. I hope the video was helpful. I've been gearing up to do the badge video. Like like I said, when I first started, I was wanting to stream the last couple of days, but we had some pretty nasty weather in the area, and I didn't want to take a chance of getting out into, well, first of all, I didn't want to take a chance of being a ZOC and just get losing progress because we, sort of got stuck in an area. All right, we're doing it again here. And last night I was prepared to go in and do Darkwalker was what I had prepared for. I was going to go in and do the challenge. And right as I was just getting ready to go live, my power flickered. And I was like, yeah, we better wait. Like, just one of those situations. But the good news is at least we've got something that we can do to pass time while we're waiting on a cougar spawn. Yeah, everything's going pretty good. The car got past inspection. I've been dealing with that kind of stuff the last couple of days too, with property taxes and tags and inspections and all that good stuff. I've got a much older vehicle, and the guy came back and he was like, yeah, he goes, keys are in the ignition and the papers and the thing. I said, oh, she did good. And he goes, yeah, was there a doubt? And I'm like, man, look, it's an 03. Of course there's a doubt. He was like, yeah, I take your meaning. I'm like, there you go. I guess if we get really bored, we can just start breaking some of these down for leather and stuff. Taking one mess, moving it to another location, and then having to clean up that mess later. Probably not the most ideal way to do this, but that's what we're going to do. Now we got to find a place to put leather for the time being. I think we'll just shove it right here. All right. So what it says is how much, hang on, I got to get some water here. It says we need to craft the woodworking table first. So let's start that. What time is it? We're not going to have time today. We're not all that tired, but we'll pass some time. We'll be okay. Didn't we just cook a whole ass bear, or was it just that bear that we took? I'm so confused between these saves, man. Honestly, I am. All right, let's pass a couple hours. And probably pass another hour or two. We're going to do a lot of time passing today. So we're going to go through a lot of our stores of food, which is why it's important that we figure out where the moose is at. I mean, not really. We can always go hunt a bear, but I'd like to figure out where the moose is at. A little more meat on the bone. We're just going to sleep past this. Take a drink. We'll sleep 10 hours. We'll get up and we'll start crafting. It's a shame Oliver isn't here. He's been waiting for me to tinker with this stuff for a while. Should be able to get more stuff on the shelf now, so hopefully we can do that. Put this down here for now. All right, I think, well, it isn't going to matter. Let's just start crafting. Oh shit, we didn't drink when we got up. We're taking a little condition hit there. Now, okay, we got to go downstairs. Wait a minute. Oh, this isn't ideal. This is not ideal. All right, now we got to go downstairs and break down for the vice. That's probably like a 6 or an 8 hour thing. We'll probably have to eat and drink again before we do it. Yeah, definitely. I don't want to lose my well-fed bonus. We're going to be right on the cusp of our weight when the cougar does happen. That's the plan anyways. I've been looking forward to having this up here. Oh, son of a bitch. One thing I don't have on me is a hacksaw. Little fart. But we're going to have a really nice little crafting room. I can't wait. And then we can start to craft up some of the things like gun racks and stuff like that so we can actually get our armory room looking a little bit better. Should be great. Let's see if we can't find one with really low durability. Well, 50% is good enough. I didn't mean to pick it up, but we did. We will also try to get us a preserving bin, and that way we can start curing meat. We got that whole bear outside. Here we go. Almost wasted a whole day. Oh, shit. I didn't eat. That's okay. We're just fucking around here at the house anyway. I've done that multiple times now. That's okay. We don't have to leave the house for days, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. But we did lose well-fed. That means we're down to 40 kilos carry, which is not great. That's not great. There's some salt somewhere I saw in the tub, I think. Over hither. Yeah. 10-pound bag of salt. We'll deal with that later when we can move. Let's pick up some more meat and some water. It's not like we don't have enough. think what I'd like to do is grab some of this wolfy meat if we can. We're just going to be a little bit slow. We're about to get our weight back under control. Mostly just... Except for the fact that we've got the issue with no well-fed now. I thought I knew where the moose was going to be eased, and it wasn't in that spot. It was in a different spot than I'd ever seen before on the other save. When we left, I saw it. Yeah, just whoopsies. All right, let's see if... Huh? Oh. So you have to have an existing in... Okay, so I thought you had to have it in your inventory, which is what I thought we had. All right, so I guess we have to... I don't understand. It has to be done at a furniture workbench. Now I understand. What else were we missing here? Just the cedar wood. And we got the woodworking tools. Okay. So let's go place the furniture workbench. I thought you had to have a furniture workbench and then add the vise and you built them together. It looks like you have to have the furniture workbench separately, so it's not even involved in the crafting station. But hopefully we can get enough of it done where we can move around a little quicker. Yeah, I've been hoping for that, and I haven't seen it yet in any save, unfortunately. And actually, that whole video I shot the other day was a brand new save. So, basically... I didn't see a moose in Mystery Lake there either. I basically spent the whole time in Mystery Lake. I came over to Pleasant Valley long enough to find a can of milk. Was the only thing I couldn't find on my own. I really want to move that badly. Tell you what, let's just set up for that. We're not that heavy. Yeah, we're not that heavy, but the problem is we're not that tired here either. I'd like to move all of this stuff and put the furniture workbench there and the crafting table here. So let's just start doing this process. And then we can put storage in next to everything and kind of keep these things. Of course, the MREs may go in the kitchen. We'll just have to play everything by ear. What's up, Pataya? We're gonna try to do it tonight, one way or another. I'm kind of doinking around right now with customization to kill some time. So I don't know how many days we've got to wait for the cougar, but we're going after the cougar tonight. I just did the thing where I lost well-fed. Happens to everybody sometimes, I guess. so much stuff to move. Why are you so fixated with ropes? Funny story was I joined Zach Nafine's Discord last night. I didn't know it was an open Discord. I thought you had to have an invite. And I ended up in the content creator section, which is pretty cool. Looking forward to getting to know some other creators in the community, and not necessarily, you know, farming ideas or anything, because I got plenty of those. Just kind of getting to know other people and their style. And Long Dark community is so wholesome, it's almost sickening. I mean that in the nicest way possible. I don't know. I feel like most of the people that do Long Dark stuff are pretty exclusive to Long Dark, and I don't exclusively do it, but when I've got something I want to make, I make it. I try not to step on people's toes. Some topics have just been beaten to death by so many different people. But I did, when I said hi, I was like, hey, you know, this is me. I usually play Voyager, stream on YouTube. I make videos sometimes, and I think I'm the current world record holder for rope collection at 72, and immediately got a question going, how is that even possible? Well, it was a lot of dedication, a lot of planning, and a lot of heavy travel. I hate to do this, but we're going to do it. Wow, I found it. Didn't even have to cheat. Again, the problem is we're just not that tired. Let's pass like 2 hours. And then tomorrow we start to get our crafting room put together. This is kind of exciting. I've been wanting to do this for a while. I just haven't really been motivated. Let's eat. 1 wolf steak should suffice. Big old drink of that water. And then, yeah, about 9 hours, I guess. The problem is we're playing from ahead of the tired meter at this point. We're not really in a position to get tired, per se, from just kind of working around the house. The other thing we're going to have to pay attention to is we could get cabin fever in this particular save, which isn't a big deal. We just go outside, but... Destroy. All right, let's pick up our workbench. And our vise. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. Shit, I can't move. Ah, balls. How heavy is that damn workbench? Okay, doesn't matter. Is there no way to place it from inventory? Huh? Okay, so I guess we'll have to do it from here. What's going on? Why can't I place it? Oh, you know what? I bet you got to go into this mode. And then go to this mode. Place. Come on, you scurvy dog. Get in there. All right. That looks nice. And now let's pick up all of this. Oh, it'd be at the top of the list, wouldn't it? 18 hours. Holy crap sticks. Okay. Well, it's not like we're got anything better to do until that freaking cougar comes in. Let's get a good full day craft on it, and it'll be done tomorrow, and then we'll be done. We will have... done with that part of it. We can basically get 12 hours to... Yep, there's the cabin fever risk. Sleeping outside won't make a difference because we're inside the whole day. We'll probably end up with cabin fever. I kind of don't give a damn. Our gear lets us go sleep in the car. It's no big deal. We could probably still get another 3 hours done on that today. Let's go sleep in the car. It's not going to help us really, but we can do it. Pick up a few more wolf steaks. Even in a blizzard, we can sleep in the car. Our gear's very good. All right, the bear has finally despawned. I think the bear that comes from over there was the one we killed in the yard before, so... I wish there was a way that we could just turn off cabin fever. But this is that old run, so we really don't have the option. This run was started before we got the badge. I'm not upset about it, just... wish we could. I've said it for many, well, at least a year or two now that I've been playing this game, that I think cabin fever is one of the silliest of all the afflictions. It's literally just an inconvenience. I suppose it could kill you in the right scenario, but... it'll still be dark when we wake up. Maybe we should have ran some laps around the house. Wow, we are way early. Which forge did you use, these? Did you do the Riken? wow, it is just terribly dark. I knew I was in the right place, but the windows weren't. Where did my bench go? Where did my bench go? Yeah, I think that one's the best one, especially for a newer player. Desolation's got some wolves, but it's relatively safe. I guess there is a bear that passed kind of over by the Riken, but what's going on here? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. For whatever reason, my my furniture bench is gone. So let's go out a door, in a door, and let's just kind of restart. That'll get us an autosave. Looks like there are some things to be worked out here. It shouldn't be. I was in progress on a freaking a piece of work. It shouldn't be in the box. Oh, God, that was the wrong button. Why would it go into the box? It's not there either. And it's not there now. But it's just gone. And so is my vice. What the actual... This... Oh, come on. Make absolutely certain it's not in my inventory someplace. Oh, come on. Just did all of that only to have it bug out and get lost? What? Let's, It took my vice, too, so I can't even just start over. I'd have to go up to, like, Signal Hill and get another vice. And even then, would I want to, because it's probably just going to take... Hang on. It ain't there either. This is just all the stuff we haven't picked out yet. What in the actual hell? I have no earthly idea what's happening here. So let's try to... Okay, we left it. We went outside. I didn't do anything. We slept. We came back in. It's just not here. We reset. Let's get another save point, I guess. Oh, that's extraordinarily disappointing. What a waste of resources. All right. As soon as that says saving, it'd be one thing if it didn't save any of it. You know what I'm saying? But, like, it did. Let's go to quit real quick. Let's load up a completely different save. Let's just go to this one. This is the one where I was doing the video. Everything's still kind of here. And let's get a save in this save. That's completely broken. for the save icon here. Okay. Quit there. Oh shit, I went back into that same one. I may shut the whole game down if it does it again, just to see if a full reset will do anything. So we may go black screen for just a couple of minutes. It's gone. It's just gone. Ow, balls. All right, it took that. All right, we're gonna have to do a hard reset here. I can already hear what Patea's typing. All right, so let's quit the whole game. All right, let me reload. Sorry for the black screen, guys, but we've got some wonky things going on right now. I'm so utterly upset right now. It's not even funny. This is the kind of stuff that happens in No Man's Sky, not in Long Dark. The furniture workbench disappeared. It's just gone. It's still gone. It's not in my inventory. It's not in that box. We placed it. We started crafting. We put like 11 hours crafting into the workbench. It consumed the wood, or a lot of the wood. And then it consumed the vice. And then when I came back in from outside sleeping because of our cabin fever risk, the table's just gone. It's just not here. It was right here in this corner. I've tried everything I can think of at this point to, you know, figure out what kind of glitch was happening here. I was so looking forward to this. I mean, it's obviously a bug. But this is one of those completely unacceptable bugs. It's not in my inventory anywhere. We'll go through this line by line again just to make sure. It's just gone. It's just gone. That is terribly disappointing. We spent 8 hours crafting it. Yeah. We spent 8 hours crafting it. We placed it. And then the next day we got up. We went back to the bench. We had everything we needed to start the workbench. It was an 18-hour process. We put 11 hours into it on the first day. And then we went outside to sleep in the car. When I came back in this morning, the bench is just missing. It was right here. She's gone. It's not in my inventory. It's not in the box. It's not in this box over here. and it consumed the vise, which is the most important part. I mean, honestly, the only thing we can do is head up to Signal Hill and get that workbench. I don't really want to do that because we're kind of heavy. Yeah, I knew that's what you were going to type. I'm extraordinarily disappointed. This was supposed to be fun and exciting. And just outright, it's broken. Straight up, outright broken. I took all the time to remove everything off the shelf that was over here. And then we placed it. I mean, I've got the video evidence. We placed the bench. And then we started working on the workbench, which was supposed to go over here. It'd be one thing if I still had the parts and stuff in my inventory, but I don't. It's all just gone. I'm afraid to start it again because that was just an absolute waste of cedar, which, yeah, it's renewable, but that's not a valuation of my time. Wish I could just drop that. I know all of you guys kept telling me, hey, we're really looking forward to seeing you do some stuff with the design. And I've been looking forward to it. And now this. Now I'm afraid to do it again. I feel like the whole save is bugged or something. My guess is the problem is that this was an existing save. But everything crafted, it went down. There was no issues with getting the thing down in the first. Hang on, let's try this. Yeah, it's not even showing up with the outlines. It's just MIA completely. Why is it always me, bro? Why is it always me that finds this stuff? I know it's a bug, but at the end of the day, I'm just out the time and effort. And now I don't have a workbench at all here in Farmhouse. That is very discouraging. The only thing we can do is head up to either, we could go to the Prepper's Bunker, which is a little further, I think, or we can go up here to Signal Hill. Looking a little blizzardy here. Yeah, we might just wait. I kind of would be able a little more forgiving if I had the vice, but the vice is gone. It consumed the vice. And I just don't have anything in my inventory. In the first 11 hours of the 18 that I was needing to craft, it consumed the vice. And now it's just gone. Huh. It also consumed a considerable amount of the wood, which, granted, is not that big of a deal. We can go get wood pretty quickly and pretty easily. Oh no, we want to go out this way. I I was just wanting to get my crafting area set up so we could start to build the house around it. And this is what we get. And now I get this bug. Where the matches are... Good Lord. Wow. Let's restart again. That should get rid of the matches on the bow. Okay, that did. So we got 3 workbenches we could choose from to go get. We could go to Signal Hill, we can go to Cinder Hills, or we can go up to the, not the Prepper's Bunker, up by the transition to Timberwolf. We could do that. Actually, let's go to this side. I mean, Signal Hill's the obvious choice. It's right here. But I'm going to be extremely vocal if this does that to me again. All I want to do is put down the benches and start to make my little safe house. I want to enjoy that part of the game. And is it because this is an existing save? Is there some kind of problem with it? I mean, I looked a little bit at some other people, you know, posts and stuff in different forums. I didn't see anything like this. Well, I would never use any of the 3. I wouldn't stock anything in any of those 3 locations. Pleasant Valley, I'm a farmhouse guy. Oh, I don't have a very big platform, and I don't really want to be that guy. You know what I mean? Like, end of the day, it's still just a video game, but, like, that's just an absolute waste of time. This will probably blizzard, but we're positioned where we can walk straight in. Oh, it didn't even blizzard on me. Thought there was more branches than that. I kind of need to replenish my cedar now, because that hit me for some cedar as well. And because I lost my well fed from my own doing, I'm not mad about that. That was my fault. Well, okay, but look, there's a difference between this and No Man's Sky. I don't experience, like, that was a very rare thing to get a bug like that in No Man's Sky, at least for me. I know some people may not share that experience, but for me, I've not had any issues with the game. That's really the first one. Whereas in No Man's Sky, you can't even log into the game without bugs breaking everything. And it's an epidemic proportion over there. Hell, I was arguing with a guy in the forums earlier today. He was like, because there was a topic about the game being shallow for No Man's. And I'm like, yeah, the game's shallow. Like, there's lots of stuff added to the game, but none of it has any depth. Therefore, it's shallow. And the guy's like, you lack imagination. And I'm like, you're out of your mind. Like, go look at my YouTube channel. He's like, well, the fact that you went and did that says that you're interested in the game. And I'm like, yeah, and now I'm not interested in the game because the game's broken. All in all, the guy wouldn't admit. He just kept calling names and stuff. Like, I don't know, half the time I feel like I just go over to the forums to start fights. And that's not the kind of person I want to be. Alright. There's that blizzard we were expecting. My suspicion is this is some kind of weird bug that has something to do with the existing save. I mean, if I'm thinking about this logically, that's what I would say. We're actually warming up in a blizzard in shelter. That's great. I mean, as much as I'd love to lay into him, this is really my first bad experience with the game. Like, really bad experience, I should say. You know, there's been some wonky stuff, but nothing that wasn't, like, quirky. This is downright broken. But it's got to have something to do with it being an existing save prior to the patch. There's just no other way. It's got to be. But, like, you guys have been waiting for a while to see me kind of tinker around with this because I think you guys all thought I was really going to enjoy it, and this is going to taint that opinion a lot. A whole lot. We got more than enough cedar again. Like, it's not the end of the world, but how do I know it's not going to do the same damn thing? Like, if it would show up as here, I'd be like, oh, it's some type of mesh issue or something, but... Ugh. Yeah, this isn't going to endear me to the whole... Yeah, let's do customization aspect of the game. Not even late. I did drink. Bro, we don't care about taking a little damage. So, I saw Zach play a challenge last night. I thought about it, but man, it seems tough. It seems almost unbeatable. And even he didn't, well, I guess that's a spoiler. I shouldn't say spoiler, but it's called the Nopeless Rescue, meaning you go in and you play the Hopeless Rescue Challenge, but you have to do it naked. And you can't carry anything in your inventory. No clothes, no water, no fuel, and you have to go all the way to Summit from Mystery Lake and then back down to Desolation Point Lighthouse and fire the flare. You can take as much time as you want, at least as much time as the challenge gives you, but you can't wear clothes and stuff. It looks brutally difficult. And if you guys don't mind spoilers, even his attempt failed. And you would think the way he knows how to move between different locations and stuff, particularly with Interloper and then his Misery Run, that he might be able to do it. It looks brutal. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I almost came in and tried it. And I'm like, you know, no. I don't think... I think it's possible, but I think you got to pretty much get super lucky. Like, I think getting up to Summit is going to be just horrific. He changed the rule just a little bit that you can carry one thing in your hand and the flare pistol when you get it. So, like, if you pick up a lantern somewhere, you can carry the lantern for light. since you do have two hands, that's not technically, it's in your inventory, but it's not technically in your inventory because you're carrying it. But you can't even pick up like a rock. You can't start a fire because you can't put stuff in your inventory to make a fire. You can't carry matches to light a torch. Like, it's brutal. Whoa, did you guys see the wind shift right in front of us? Cool. Hey, look, the community for this game comes up with some pretty darn good challenges. Like, I feel like if you could modify to go a little bit less on the difficulty level, that Breakfast at Airfield would be a really fun challenge for a lower level player like myself. That doing it on interloper settings and not having the ability to summit. The main problem with that one is you got to get to cooking level 3. And you've only got so long to get the challenge done. And back when that challenge came out, you could do the micro cooking. Or micro harvesting, I should say, where you could harvest like a 0.01 steak and then cook it. It would give you full cooking points for cooking a steak. They fixed that in the game. So I'm not even sure that is doable, because you got to be able to cook pancakes and deliver coffee, and I can't remember what else it was. You got to have syrup or something. I can't remember for sure. I'd have to go look the challenge back up. Wow, this is one of those Pleasant Valley storms, guys. She's a good one. What? Okay, so I'm gonna freeze in the car. I don't have a choice but to go inside. Somehow I'm getting wet in the car and freezing. And that's just gonna raise up our cabin fever risk. I'm inside a sealed car. I shouldn't be getting wet or frozen if we're not cold. If we were cold, I would understand. But we were not cold. Something really weird's going on today. I'm not sure I approve. So we're just going to run the risk on cabin fever like it matters. We better grab a little more water and a few more steaks. Let's head up to Signal Hill. But I do like, I mean, I know you guys don't really play 7 Days to Die, but one of the creators for that game, Glock9, puts out challenges a lot. Hang on, I want to triple check to make sure this thing isn't there before we go to all this trouble. He puts out challenges a lot for different things you can do, and one is he's got a like a 5x5 challenge where you can only build in a 5x5 square. You can build as far up or down as you want to, but you can't go outside that 5x5 square. And that's your horde base. And I had a lot of fun with that challenge. Matter of fact, that might even be the first gaming video on my channel, was the 5x5 challenge. I'm not here for you today, Miss Deer, little Miss Doe. I'm on a mission to go get another vice, and hopefully it doesn't break again. Because, I mean, best case scenario, you're only going to get 12 hours of daylight unless you get an Aurora immediately or something, you know, and then maybe you can craft the 18 into the night. So maybe that's what we should do, is wait for an Aurora night and we can just go crafting 18 straight hours. But if it's just going to disappear anyway, what do you do at that point, right? Maybe it was a one-off bug. Without well-fed, we're a little heavy, so we're going to go the long way. Don't tell me it's going to blizzard again after it just let up. It was like super clear 2 seconds ago. I haven't watched a lot of his stuff lately. It's mostly because I love him as a creator, though. He is so good on the microphone. He is so charismatic, and I love it. And the accent really sells everything. Such a good creator. But I just haven't been playing much 7 days, so I haven't really been watching any content. And honestly, when it comes to 7 days, there's really only a couple that I would watch anyway. Him being probably first and foremost, and then Guns, Nerds, and Steel is a pretty good channel. For you guys, if you come into PV and you can't find the moose, this is a moose spawn area now. It can be anyway. On that save where we went over for airfield, this is where the moose spawn would have been. I'll show you that when we come back from doing the tails eventually, but it's not for this run, so I still have no idea where the moose spawn's going to be. And yeah, we do got a tailwind. But we are pretty cold here, so we may stop, start a quick fire at the fishing hut. We got plenty of fuel up here. Maybe we'll do an hour's worth of fishing. Catch a fish, cook a fish, that kind of thing. It must be brutal cold out here if we're cold in our gear right now. All right, just doing a quick scan to make sure the moose didn't pop up here, which it doesn't look like. Well, let's go ahead and head into the fishing cabin, or the fishing hut here. We got tons of coal here, and there's lots of fish we could already cook. We'll just get our warmth. Actually, I'm not even going to fish. Let's just get our warmth back up and go from there. We got cooked food and stuff here, too. So, yeah, I'm going to make a video on fishing. Here, let's get this going first. And my methodology for fishing, we'll probably do that on the new save once we get back from the tails. But if you take the time to get yourself some water sorted, you get a little bit of food ready to go, you get some wood gathered, you go to Cinder Hills and you grab a couple loads of coal and you bring it up here before you start fishing, and you make sure you've got a bedroll, which I don't think we actually do right now, or do we? Oh, I do. I've got my this one. I've got my the improvised down. This is pretty safe location to fish in. And really, Coastal Highway would be my second choice, if not first choice, when it comes to it. But you stock it with things like jerry cans, so you can put one in your inventory when you go to cook. When you go to cook things like your fish, that way you get the oil in the jerry can. And it's filling those up as you're cooking. You can also stock, like, keep a pry bar up here, some tinder plugs. I've got oodles and gobs of fishing tackle up here. And then just backup stuff here, which is kind of dwindling. But yeah, it's a really safe setup because I could put down my bedroll. We've got dozens and dozens of hours of fuel outside to where we could be warm in here and be fishing. But I'll make a video on that to where I think the best 2 spots in the game to do it. And this is a great spot to make your run towards fishing level 5. Same goes for Coastal Highway. Honestly, Coastal Highway is a pretty good spot for that too. Maybe even better now that that's kind of where the trader's located. This sucks. I was going to make a freaking drying box. I was going to make my crafting table. I was going to make some couple of stands for the rifles and stuff so we could display them a little cleaner. Like the armory. I was going to go clean up the armory for the first time ever. Now we're just put back. Yeah. Life goes on. It stinks. Life goes on. God, it's gonna blizzard again. It's really trying to blizzard again. Like not more than 6 or 8 hours after. We may get stuck at Signal Hill overnight. Yeah, you guys know, though, that I try to cover stuff, even though, like, almost everything's been covered in this game. I try to do stuff, regardless of whatever game I'm playing. I try to do stuff in a slightly different way and explain things a little bit different. I try not to echo. It's tough to do sometimes with games that are as old as, say, No Man's Sky and something like this. Because most of the angles have been looked at, but I think a fishing video would be pretty good. I think a badge discussion video would be pretty good. Just stuff that's useful. Once again, I'm kind of checking the trees and stuff around here. We better get the bow up because there can't be a wolf around this area. Just trying to see if we can figure out where the moose is spawning. This wouldn't be a good location for us to really hunt the moose. There's wolves off to the left. Up there's the bear again. He's heading right up where we're going. Here we go again. This is just like the other night when we came up to do the tower. Lovely. We just want to get up here, get that Vice and GTFO. That's what we want to do. Yeah, we may have to wait because we're getting wet again and something just doesn't feel right today with the game. Like, this is my main save, man. Like, this save's damn near untouchable at this point. I could go for thousands of days in this save. Or it could all end tomorrow. I mean, there's always a risk, but I'm pretty disappointed with the disappearing workbench slash furniture bench bug. If ever people want to endear themselves to me, that's not the way to go about it, is to have game breakers like that in the game. Because we'd already be halfway to designing our house by now. All right, we've got another vice now. Let's see what that 4 hours did here. Are we going to have... Oh, wow, hang on, there's a box here. Last time we came out of here with the bear coming this way, he was waiting for us outside the fence. And I wasn't sure if he could get in here or not, but I do want to look real quick at this box. Nah, nothing of substance there. Okay. What's our person look like? Oh shit, I don't want to lose my well-fed again. Well, and that's always the hope. I mean, honestly, that's always my hope, is that there's somebody that's looking for current information. And while I don't proclaim to be perfect, I do try my best to get good information out there for anybody looking for it. We're going to roll with the rifle in our hands because I just don't trust the game right now. I mean, a bear mauling wouldn't really kill us at this point, but it wouldn't be ideal either. I think maybe because we went inside there, the bear might have reset back to his spawn. We're getting wet, but we're not cold, so that's a good thing. Keep an eye to our right here for that bear. And remember, we've already taken this rope, so we couldn't climb down here if we wanted to. We could grab a rope and put it back up here, but after this, there's really not much of a reason to come back to Signal Hill unless we ever needed, like, scrap metal or something. The main focus for tonight isn't necessarily the safe house customization. It is killing enough time to get to a cougar spawn and then gearing up to go hunt that cougar. That's my main goal tonight. I don't know how many days we've got to wait for it. Well, the good news is our cabin fever risk is gone, which I'm not sure how, because we slept inside. Sorry, this game. Something just feels off today. Very off. Could it be a famous last word situation? And maybe. Luckily, we're not too heavy with the added scrap metal and the vise. I just don't see any trees that are marked. I don't know. We've got a more area to explore to try to find where the moose is at, but I'm not harboring a lot of hope that we're going to find him anytime soon anyway. I have had the bear chase me coming this way before, so still want to keep a small eye out, but I think he's way back over there someplace. But yeah, like I said earlier, I thought about streaming last night, and as soon as I was just ready to go live, it was about 6 o'clock last night, the power flickered because we started to get a real heavy thunderstorm, and I'm like, I can't. And we had weather in the area on Sunday as well. I was like, I'm not going to get stuck in ZOC like that if I can avoid it. So I don't live out in the sticks necessarily, but I'm not a city boy, so. The grid out here can be a little bit prone to flashes and brief outages and stuff like that, so we try to be careful about it. Usually it's pretty good. Hey, we got Will Fed back. All right, I'm really nervous about doing this again, but we'll never know if it's like a persisting bug until we try it a second time. So here's my curiosity. We can't even do that because we'd have to have a second. No, we wouldn't have to have a second vice. Do you think the bug has something to do with the crafting table or the workbench? I'm sorry, the workbench consuming the furniture workbench? Because it was still there when we stopped crafting. And then we went out and we slept, we came in and it was just gone. It's very strange. Yeah, I'm without a crafting bench here now. Like, that's bad. That's where we make arrows and shit. And we'll have to, if that's the case, what we'll end up having to do is basically pick up stakes here at PV and go main base at Coastal. Which is not what I want to do. I want to be in Pleasant Valley. And then have a place to go in Coastal for the trader, which we do. We've got a fairly well-established base over there. Always be scanning that horizon over there, just in case that bear might be coming. Now, it's my experience on this save that we've got a bear spawn up there that comes straight down to the yard. We got a bear spawn over in the birch forest. And then the moose was right over there by the barn, but the markings are gone. So really, we just need to explore PV and figure out where it's at. yes. Well, we slept. That's automatically a save. Like, I'm not sure where it would have consumed itself. All right, it's getting pretty late. I don't know if we should even start this tonight. Because I don't think we're going to get the full 4 hours, and I guess we could try it. Oh, we dropped the woodworking tools. It'll probably go dark before we get it done, but that's okay. Oh, look. We get a cabin fever risk. Oh, shit. Okay, this is not a bad thing, I don't think. Except for I can't much see right now. Ow, balls. Now, here's going to be the trick of this. Depends on how long the aurora goes. If the aurora goes till dawn, we're kind of in business. Which it looks like it's going to, which is perfect. Let's eat first. Oh yeah, that was just a 0.5 steak. We're pretty tired. I think we can get away with this, though. We're going to take a little damage, but I don't care. I'm quite certain we're going to end up with cabin fever, but I don't care. I want to get this crafting bench done. What? Deploy. Okay, that's fine. Holy shit. Why is it so big? All right, here's our little crafting corner. Oh, no. That's why it didn't go any further back. Okay, that makes sense. All right, we got everything down. Let's just see if it holds up. My God, why is that so large? All right, now let's really risk it all here. We'll probably get a 2-hour nap. Just to kind of... Because it's about to go nighttime again, I think. Yeah, we may just stay up. Okay, so far, so good. Everything's holding. See if I can get this placed in there. I picked that up from upstairs. There we go. So in the case of an Aurora, we'll have light here by both of our benches. That's pretty cool, right? Wow, these are just large, man. I was kind of hoping that we'd have a little more space than that, but this is fine. We can always rearrange things, and what I haven't really looked at much... Tall rustic shelf. Display shelf. No, we don't want a closet. We want it to be open. Hang on. What? What is the... The first thing I want to make is this. You gotta have 8 kilograms of salt to freaking make this thing? Tell me it comes stocked. That's a lot. That's like almost a whole bag. We got 1 bag downstairs. And we do have fir firewood. Now, this is going to eat up all of our actual... It's fine, we got plenty of coal, but it's going to eat up all of our stores. What did I say? It was 8? Or was it 10? I think it was 10. This is going to give us a lot less room in here than I thought it was going to. But we'll be able to put down a carpet once we get a few of these other things moved. Actually, we got to go get some steak before we start. We can get a couple hours in on this curing box today. And then we're going to need to go outside and sleep. So we can try to reduce that cabin fever risk. Pleasant Valley's being a real butthole right now. Two blizzards in 2 days. And if we go outside during this, they're going to say, oh my God, you're freezing, even though we're not even cold. But we can maybe put a nice rug, like right here underneath the workbench. And then we can start sorting out. We'll probably move these fire logs and move this shit. Isn't there a fireplace upstairs? Yeah, there's a fireplace up in my bedroom, so we can move all that upstairs. Oh, so tired. Get over here to the bedroll. Oh shit, no, we gotta go outside, don't we? I swear to God, if this fucks shit up again, I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be real mad. Like, tilted mad. When we're this slow, I'm just gonna go ahead and pull the rifle just to be on the safe side, but let's get out to the car, do 12 hours sleep, call it a day, come back in, see what happens. We're so heavy because we're so tired. Hopefully this holds up. Yeah, great minds think alike, Ease. I was just thinking the exact same thing. Let's do a couple of our fathers here. Get a good night's sleep. All right, here's the real test. Because we just got an autosave, there's no going back. Whatever has happened has now happened, and there's nothing I can do about it. My assumption would be on the new save, this won't be a problem. This has got to have something to do with it being an existing save prior to this update. So many dev teams do stuff like this, and there's just so many bugs that just don't get worked out. Workbench. Hey, it's all here. For now, anyway. All right, so where do we want to put our meat curing box? I mean, honestly, I know where I'd like to put it. Except for I can't put it outside, can I? It could be in here. Or could it? I don't even... Oh, it's... Oh, it could go here. Okay, this is great. This is kind of where we want it anyway. This was kind of where I thought it would look nice anyhow. All right, I don't even know how this works. I don't know what the capacity is on this yet or how long it takes to cure, but let's Yeah, it came loaded with 10 kilos of salt, even though it only took 8 to craft, which is really weird. Let's see how much we can load in here. That's it. So it's like 20 kilos of meat at a time. So we're probably going to need to build another one of those at some point. And we're going to have to maybe set up to go do some trader shit so we can get bags of salt and then bring them back here. I think this would be a lot easier just to do everything over in Coastal, now that I'm looking at it. That's a pretty heavy trip back and forth with a, 15 kilo bag of salt. Oh no, we lost 3 kilos because it was... I don't even know. I don't even know. Doesn't matter, not a big deal. Hang on, does it give you like a percentage? All right, so it's gonna take time, which is fine. I'm curious to see if that gives you any more or less calories or anything like that, which I'm assuming it certainly doesn't. All right, so we also want to make, well, hang on, let's first look. All right, our cabin fever risk is now gone. I want to make a storage shelf. We are so gonna be out of wood. This is all just killing time anyway until we can get to a cougar. Wow, that's really big. Okay. We're just not that tired either. Well, that song came in like a hurricane. Okay. We got us another Aurora. Aurora. All right, well, since we got a little time, I'm trying to figure out where we want to put everything. Because most everything in here is going to be on the floor. And I don't want anything other than crafting materials in here is kind of what my thought process is. And... all right, so that looks terrible. I really hope that would be better. Whatever. More like that is what I was hoping for. So hang on, can we... it'll be fine. I don't even care. Let's just... we don't need to sleep just yet. With cooking level 5, it kind of doesn't matter that you have this curing box. We're going to pass a little time. Let's try for like 7 hours sleep. That should leave us just a little bit on the tired side. Sun's starting to come up. Perfect. We may need to do a water cook too. We were just blowing through resources. That's going to take a lot of salt to cure up 20 pieces of meat. Which would last you probably 17 or 18 days, I'd say. Depending on how you like to distribute your calories. I like keeping pretty full. Oh, come on. Past 1 hour just to get the daylight. Okay. Let's go see about making a gun rack or two and how long that's going to take. Or do I need to pick those up from somewhere? You can't actually craft them. You can't actually craft them. You've got to pick them up. God bless it. So much thought went into this, and yet so little. That's pretty disappointing. Since I don't want to break up those lights over by the fireplace, just put that back where we had it. I think we can put a shelf over here, but the idea is... And then we could put another shelf in here, but that's going to block the window, but kind of who cares? And then we're going to have to figure out how we lay out all of our pelts and things like that. I need to get this shit up off the floor first. All right, that gives us a little space. There's just so much shit everywhere, man. Like the save is so freaking loaded. Wow, we don't have very many deer pelts, do we? That's not ideal. All right, so let's see if we can beautify our crafting area just a skosh. That looks kind of nice. And then we can move this one where it's out of here. We can move this one where it's out of here. All right, so now we got to think, what are the things we use the most? And honestly, it's going to be the saplings for bows. And then I think maybe right in the middle, we do a big dump of guts right there. But we'll probably need to lighten up the load just a hair before we do any of this. Let's go drop some shit off. Like, there's just no getting around it. We're going to make a mess to make it clean again. What else do we have that's super heavy here? Just the pelts. This is pretty much all the saplings we're ever going to get. You know what I would like to do? I know what I want to do. We've got 73, which is what? 229 arrows. We got a lot of things to move up from downstairs too, so okay, that looks pretty nice. All those are going to be gone. We can leave the fire, the accelerant up here if we'd like. I can finally fix that now, which would be good. We may not be able to move with this. This is going to be interesting. It's a lot of rabbit pelts. This is from when we did our snaring to get the Snare Master badge. Yeah, we got a few of those. Probably need to go get some more down. That's enough for the time being, though. And then that corner can be our guts. Remember, we've only got like 300 guts here, so this will take a minute. And we'll need to do this in small batches. It's like Blair Witch. I'm standing in the corner. There's so many here, they're just not targeting all that well. It's like I'm aimed right on it, and they're like, no, we can't figure this out. Which one is it? Which one is it? Gotta be careful not to drop any of that metal. The metal we need to find a home for it too, because we may need it up here as well. And then at some point we'll go downstairs and grab the tools. We'll put those on the workbench like we had them. We'll put a big metal pile in here. I'm really hoping that the cougar comes up pretty soon. I want to go hunting. All this work and we're going to go risk it all right away. That's what we do here. But there is a certain satisfaction in being organized. Yeah, I plan on putting on the ballistic. We're gonna lighten up real light, and then we're gonna put on our very best of everything. Whatever gives us the best opportunity for defense is what we're gonna wear out there. So we're probably going to switch over to deerskin pants, which are someplace. I think they're upstairs. I'm really disappointed. I thought we could craft a gun rack. Now I got to figure out where those are at in the world and try to go find a couple. Okay, so we're getting somewhere now, guys. We are getting somewhere now. We still need to figure out what to do with these. We've got a few deer pelts on us. The bear and the moose, I don't know that we're going to be able to get into this room is the problem. Just because of the way everything drops. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to line up dead on with this post right here and go as far in as we can go. And then we're going to drop those wolfie pelts. And hopefully they kind of stay together. I'd say we got a few wolf pelts. And this way we're trying to keep them fairly organized. And not like, you know, kind of like a little wider than they need to be. All right, that looks pretty good. I mean, it's a little off, but this is just me being nitpicky. That's pretty daggone close. If we move all of this stuff out, we can probably get bear pelts over here and then maybe moose pelts right here. And that would give us like this corner for scrap metal. But we got to clear out of these fire logs. That's going to make us pretty heavy. Yeah, that's the plan. We may have to make a couple of trips because these are 2 kilos apiece. Yeah, I'm already too heavy. And then maybe we can find room to put the cloth and the leather in there as well. That'd be pretty cool. Ropes. I'll look in there when we come back. We're too heavy to worry about it. Because there is a fireplace up here. That'll kind of give us a little nice look. Oh, wait, no. Shit, it's not a fireplace up here. I'm dead ass wrong. Thought there was a fireplace upstairs. Dadgummit. There isn't. Maybe we just burn the fire logs. I don't much care about them. This room, sadly, terribly needs to be cleaned up. It's just a hot mess in here. Shit. That's less than ideal. I knew there was something like that upstairs. I just couldn't remember what. And unfortunately, there's no fireplace, so... We can move him out of the way for the time being, though. We're going to have to attack this room by room. That's just all there is to it. Oh, shit. We got a lot of regular wood on us. I forgot about... Oh. So we'll want to keep a stockpile of cedar wood in here, too, so that we can craft stuff. Shit. We got a lot of things to put in this room. For now, let's drop this cedar wood over here so we got a little more carry space. It's a little off, but that doesn't look too bad. We might still be able to put a shelf over here. Because I think the only moose pelts we've got right now are these 2 that are in here. Oh, look, more guts, too. That's always awesome. So we'll put the moose pelts over here. Center this as best as possible. which is kind of right there. This is the first time ever that I've had all of my crafting supplies in one place, man. This is awesome, actually. This is pretty cool. All right, so scrap metal's got to go a place, and then we need to find a place for wood for crafting. The benches are a little bigger than I thought they were going to be, honestly. That actually looks like hot garbage, but all right, so the torch display looks pretty nice. The hacksaws leave a little something to be desired. We should have more of those. There may be more in here. Are there any hatchets or hacksaws? Look at all those flare shells, man. Yeah, there's a lot of these. So we can get... about 5 a shelf, it looks like. I would have liked to have seen him work on that a little bit, if I'm being honest. We've got just a few too many of these for this display. There's not much I can do about it. And then we can put about 4 more hatchets in, but that kind of... We don't have enough hacksaws to finish the display, but we've got more hatchets than we need. Yeah, it's like 7 more hatchets, which is ridiculous. So many books that just didn't stick around. These are all red, by the way. None of them, well, I mean, we're all level 5 on everything, so it doesn't make a difference if they're red or not. So let's just throw these in the library for the time being. We'll reorganize this at some point. So it looks like some of them were not red. I don't know what we're gonna do for storage. We got so much shit just everywhere. we're gonna try to find some nooks and crannies where we can store some shit. I hate. Fucker. Won't let me take the plate out. Just for the sake of filling out the display, I guess we'll go ahead and just do hatchets. Let's see what we can work out here. There's no way we get 4 more in here, is there? The game's doing its thing again, so let's put it down and pick it back up. And then a lot of times it lets you do this. Like it doesn't want to place, and then when you put it down here and then you pick it back up for whatever reason, it's like, oh, that's fine. Oh, we're gonna get it. Okay, this will look fine. So we can put the hatchets up top. This will be a little cleaner looking. At least I think it's gonna work. Yeah, boy. Okay, that looks nice. So now let's drop off. Did I grab one too many? Did I have 2 hatchets on me to start with? Is that why this is wonked? Must have. We're just gonna have to store hatchets someplace else. Like maybe downstairs or something. For now, I can go back in the box. Oh, and it won't let me put anything back in. Trash. You guys move my shit around on me, and then you're like, no, you can't put anything back in here. It's not actually storage. Garbage. So before we pull anything out of here, we need to make sure we know where we're going to put it. And I think for this, let's just go downstairs and put it in like the lockers or something to get the shit out of the way. We need to step outside, see if we get the FMV for the cougar, and then we can start working towards that. I don't even know where the cougar spawns in Pleasant Valley, but it does show up on the map. So we'll be able to figure it out. I would like to put some kind of storage upstairs that holds this stuff. Yeah, I haven't even searched any of these. 600 and some days. And I haven't searched any of that stuff. And I don't regret it. No regrets. I really liked the flare setup, so we'll redo that. Let's step outside just to see if we get the FMV to trigger. And another blizzard here in PV. Imagine. Where even are all of our firearm cleaning kits? Oh, they're upstairs. That's right. We put them up at the arsenal. That right? That's right. Just wowzers. I don't think it's a whole steak. Yeah, let's not run into this incident again. That doesn't cure very fast. Certainly doesn't cure very quickly. All right, so for the time being, let's put the on the woodworking table. I need to find a place for the scrap metal and wood, and then I think we're pretty solid here. So let's just put scrap metal right over here. We got a shitload of scrap metal downstairs. Yeah, I think it'll just be one of those little novelty items. I don't think I'm going to put much effort into it. I can eat whatever the heck I want, so I don't see a real purpose to the cured meats, but we've still got so much stuff to find a home for, man. It's ridiculous. I still would like to put, maybe we'll put cloth and then leather right here. And then that's our crafting. God, that looks so much more clean. Oh my God. Stuff's just not everywhere now. It's insane. Trying to think what to do next. Let's grab up a bunch of this metal so we can take it upstairs. We need to start grabbing all of our tools so we can put those on the workbench so it looks kind of nice. I want to figure out something so that we can store this stuff nearby to the crafting area. I don't know how we're going to go about doing that, but you know, maybe what we do is we pull this stuff back up and we put in a small shelf, and that will have our arrow making stuff to kind of go along with that. Maybe that's what we should do. Let's just think about doing that. And one big trick is never, ever, 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 ever drop these things independently, because it takes forever to pick them up. Put them somewhere in a cabinet. That way you don't have to pick them up one at a time. Okay, let's see what we can do here. No, what we really want is something along the lines of a cabinet. A very small little cabinet. Oh, that kind of looks nice. We don't want a display shelf. We want something like that. So we can store arrowheads and feathers. Shit, I missed it by something. Oh, it's fir, not cedar. Okay, well, fuck. At least it's renewable. Fur is such good fuel, too. I hate to keep fucking using it. I don't even think I've got enough right now to make what we want to make. We don't. We're missing one. Son of a bitch. We needed 10. We've got 9. The problem is, if we make something like this, I just don't know how big it is. And then we would have wasted 9 fir wood, which is not as easy to come by as cedar is. Well, there's only one way to find out, eh? We may need to stop and do a water cook. Like, we're gonna run out of water. It's not like desperate or nothing, but we're blowing through a shit ton of water right now. We're gonna live the life the way we live the life. There he is. It's YOLO. Hopefully it'll fit in that space and we'll kind of just go from there. As long as it fits in the space, it'll actually look pretty nice because that'll keep the window open. Yeah, this would be great. Try to get it in here where it's somewhat centered. That looks great. Okay, that's perfect. And I think I can still get to everything here. Yep. Nice. That's great. And it's got 35 kilos of capacity. Yeah, I was worried about that too. I will let you do that, huh? Very cool. All right, so now what we can do is we can put 35 kilos is what it said. So that'll be all the arrowheads and all that good stuff that we'll ever need. We got so many arrows and shit upstairs that we just haven't even tapped into yet. Like there's a lot of simple arrows here. Oh, those are fire hardened. But yeah, this is supposed to be the armory, so we're going to have to at some point go out and look around and find some gun racks for that room. And then just in front of this, we can place the scrap metal. And cedar. We'll need to find a home for fur as well, but we don't have any right now, so it's not that big of a deal. And we still got a little bit of room for activities right here. Which would probably end up being, say, cloth and leather right there in those two spots. We got a little cloth. Repairs RS for a while. I mean, eventually it'll run out. Eventually. But if we kind of do what we've always done, which is kind of hang around and we don't go out and explore, we've still got stuff to break down. That's got to be 100 and some cloth. My finger is getting crampy from the clicking. We're going to drop 135 pieces because I always want to keep 5 cloth in my inventory. something that longtime followers know about me is I much prefer function over fashion. So I want to make sure everything works more than anything else. Yo, look at our crafting area. This is fucking cool. And we're still not quite done yet. We still need to drop the tools here. And we need to put our simple tools and our quality tools up here. But for the time being, we can drop the woodworking tools. And we're going to be able to figure out some more storage options eventually when it comes to some other shit too. I mean, with a place this big, we're just going to have to do it room by room. There's really not much else we can do with that. And then we can pick up all these clothes. We'll throw those in this corner so that when we got town time, we can just pick them up and then drop them off over there. Pick them up, tear them up, and drop them off. We still got to figure out display areas for a lot of shit. Kind of not really my main concern right now. I want to try to get to the fucking cougar. The whole thumbnail of the damn stream. This was just so we could pass some time. That is a wolf. Hello, Mr. Wolf Boy. I don't need anything from you right now, but I sure would like to Oh God, I thought I saw a bear right on that hill. And then the wind is directional, like it hit my ear in a weird way there. There's no doubt in my mind that things are missing from what we had prior to the update. There is zero doubt in my mind. Can't remember how we had these set up for our little displays. It should trigger an FMV when I go outside, when the cougar's up. And I guess it could be that he's just not in this region. So what we might do is run over to Coastal real quick and spend a night over at Quonset. And then on the way back, we'll pick up coal to bring back here. just to see if he's maybe over in that region. And we'll leave that at storage. So let's put all these clothes over here that we're not going to wear. If we do that, though, we have to suit up before we leave. I mean, we're not going to leave today, so we can kind of goof around a little bit longer today. But what we'll do is we will go ahead and, even if it costs us cloth, we'll just, actually, why don't we just do this? We'll just get some extra cloth. We'll make sure that all of our gear is basically 100% before we head out. We might need to go take a couple of deer just for the hides. Because we've only got like 5. Repairs won't be a problem. We are mending level 5. But we can really pretty freely move between the main 4 regions right now. We can go Pleasant Valley, Mystery Lake, Coastal, Desolation pretty freely. We can get into Timberwolf Mountain and then into Ash Canyon if we wanted to, but we'd have to go through Black Rock to get there. Which, I mean, it doesn't scare me, but why take the risk? I kind of want to put down the flares so it looks nice again, but God, that's going to take a while. We may want to put on our deer pants if they're in good condition, because it's going to offer a little more protection against wildlife. Basically, we want to suit up. We want to armor up. We won't be wearing crampons, but we're not going to do any climbing, so it shouldn't matter much. I'll tell you what we can do. Let's get them out of the box. Damn it, we grabbed an extra flashlight. This is silly that... Okay, there we go. To say, why would they all be not in a stack? That's fine. That is absolutely acceptable. we're gonna have to figure out a better place for those, and eventually we figure out a better place for everything. Maybe we'll just do a let's clean up the house episode, like dedicated at some point. First, let's go ahead and clean this guy. Make sure our rifle's in tip-top. We'll drop these off over here. We do want to carry a couple of those just for sewing kits, mainly. And we'll take the bow for wolves. We need to pick up a hatchet somewhere. We'll get one from downstairs. We'll go get the highest condition one from downstairs. And then maybe we'll pick up some of those tools. Because we're not going to leave today. It's too late in the day to really think about heading over to Coastal. Cleaning out the basement, guys. I don't think on this run we have spent a single flare shell. I think everything we have found is here. All right, let's look at the gear. And again, I don't even know if we've hit the 30-day mark. I wish there was like, you've got this much more time in some way, shape, or form. This is such a waste. How much cloth do I have on me? Let's just wait, because I think we got more clothes over at Coastal. Let's just wait. Anything that's pressing, let's fix, but there shouldn't be much of that. Oh, the rabbit stuff. That makes sense. That takes a beating. And it should almost be a guaranteed fix because of the Mending 5. Mending 5 is the toughest of all of them to come by. Boots are in pretty bad shape. We want to make sure that we're good, warm to travel, and I want our protection to be as good as it can be. See, our outer layer here has got 10% defense, whereas the snow pants are only 5. And these are 60% waterproof, where those are only 50. The difference is the weight. These are 2 kilos. That's why I'm wearing one underneath here. We're wearing double bear coat. That's going to give us, other than moose cloaks, which for whatever reason disappeared. They're just gone. I had 2 of them, and they are both MIA now. Oh no, one of them is MIA. Well, let's take a peek at that real quick. It's 4 kilos versus 5. So 6 degrees versus basically 3.5 degrees. Bear coats are just so much warmer for that extra kilo. 20% defense against 15% defense. So I still think this is probably the way to go. Even though this is lighter, I still feel like this is the way to go. We could lighten up quite a bit and just wear double wolf coat, but that doesn't give you nearly the protection. This is a problem. That's going to make us heavy the whole time. But we'll sort through some shit here and see what we can figure out. But our overall protection right now is 89%. That's not horrible. And we get the armored buff, so that's pretty nice too. All right, so we really got to look at our inventory and see, we got shit here that we just don't need in there. We got to figure out where all this stuff's going to go. We don't have to figure it all out right now, but for the time being, let's drop all of these. And actually, we're going to be a little bit light going over, but not by much. Because we're still got to pick up... No, we don't have to. We've got the improvised bedroll. We'll be fine with that. It's lighter and almost... It's not as warm, but... See, I swear by the wolf coats. I think the wolf coats are excellent. The wolves are so plentiful in the game. It's not as good as like a bear coat or something like that, but it's really not bad at all. No extra gear. We got a lot of food on us. Not much water though. Can't do much about that. Little extra cloth. We did that on purpose. That's our inventory. That's really kind of where we're at with everything right now. I also think you should be able to see what condition this is in by looking at it. That's just me. Yeah, this is basically... This is basically our inventory that we're going to head over with. One other thing we want to do before we go is fill up our lantern. Why don't we just take that one? As you can see, we have a fairly extensive collection of storm lanterns. Everything else can kind of wait. Oh, it happens to everybody, brother. It happens to everybody. Trust me, I've done it. That's what ended up getting me killed a couple of runs before this. That day that we did Moose versus Revolver. That's what got me killed. Mostly because I was just stupid and forgot it. And that's what I ended up in that situation. I didn't realize I didn't have a bedroll until it was way too late. The game stormed on me like 3 times in a day and a half. One storm would come up and then stop, and I'd go over start harvesting the moose. It was up there at Pensive Pond. And then as soon as I would start harvesting again, another blizzard would come up. I'd go start a fire, get warmed up, wait for the blizzard to pass, and I realized, oh shit, I don't have a bedroll. Then I thought, well, there's no way it's going to blizzard a third time. Then it did, and I ran out of fuel, and I was stuck. I couldn't do anything about it. And then I made poor choices. I panicked. It's one of the reasons why I preach, even in the direst of situations, don't panic. There's a way out of almost everything if you just kind of keep your wits about you. And I did not. I did not that day. Okay, so let's, our inventory's ready now. You know what? I think let's go pick up a few more extra rounds. Probably too many, but that's fine. We've got so much stuff here. It's ridiculous. Like a gun rack would look great there, and maybe one there, and you could put, you know, the two custom rifles there, and then a couple of rifles there, and then maybe a couple on the table. It'd look great. We've also got the holster. We've got the tool belt. The one thing that they really do need to add is more of the accessory slots. They've got way too many accessories now, and it's too difficult to make a choice. We need to at least get one more, maybe two, because there's just so many things that you can wear and use now. Tool belt, that gun holster, like it's good stuff, but at the end of the day, you can only wear two. And you got to consider that one of those is pretty much guaranteed to be your moose hide satchel. Almost guaranteed. All right, let's pass some time. I haven't been over to Coastal in a while. We're going to need to pass another 2 hours. Yeah, I know, but I don't need 70 some rounds of ammo. I don't need 77 plus 10 in the gun. That's a lot of ammo. Let's go for like 9 hours sleep. And weather permitting, we'll head over to Coastal and see if we can't get an FMV to spawn. It's quite possible that we're just not in a good territory right now where the cougar is going to spawn at. How cold is it? Let's eat the two little ones. I think we'll be okay with 3 steaks. Well, let's go pick up one more ruined. All right, we're heading out. Beautiful morning for traveling. So we've got 82 rounds on us right now. That's a lot of ammo. And 6 arrows. I don't think we have any arrowheads. We might. I don't remember what all we've got over at Coastal. This will be fun. I haven't been over here in ages. So let's see if we can't track down a cougar. It's time to fight. And again, we may not even be at the 30-day threshold. I don't know. The game's on a almost 700-day save. The game should really let you opt into it or opt out of it on day one. Just my opinion. On a new save, I understand the grace period. Let's see. I can tell you. 663. And we were at 640 something. So we've already... It's 20 days, and I know we spent 4... It may not be 20 or 30 days yet. Maybe we should wait to leave. Tell you what, let's just explore a little bit, and let's see if we can't find where the moose is at. Or maybe we'll take another bear. I don't know. This save hasn't even triggered the FMV for the trader yet. Get him, Astrid. Oh, that was a terrible shot. Nope, don't do it. That was a terrible shot. He kind of came to a stop, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to hit him anyway. Where's my effing arrow? The fuck did my arrow go? It wouldn't be this far. Oh, yeah, it is. All right. Nice. Yeah, we looked around over here, and I didn't see any moose markings. So I just don't know where the moose is spawning now in PV. It was always right over here by the barn. Or did I say maybe it's still spawning here, but it just wasn't up that day? Let's go look. I don't think it's spawning here anymore. I'm pretty sure we came and had a look. Is that the bear? No, that's the target. Good God, I'm like, it ain't moving. What is that? From that angle, it was round. Kind of looked like it had a head. Like, oh, is that the bear? We know that bear still spawns. We checked over there for bones. But we're just going to go out for a little walkabout today. Because I think we're getting really, really close to that 30-day mark. I do have a Travail on me as well. So that would mean that even if we were out and about and we could find the moose and it was up and we could kill it, typically we wouldn't be able to bring all that back, but we should be able to bring it back with the Travail, depending on where we're at in the map and a route that we can take to get back, but we'll see. Yeah, no longer the moose spawn. You would see moose markings on... Oh, wait. No, it is the moose spawn. Okay, never mind. I'm stupid. Well, I mean, good to know. It's just that the moose isn't up right now. Okay, so this is good. We're pretty comfortable coming this far to get the moose. It's not that bad, and we can Travail everything back in one go. Cool. So I guess maybe I was confused from the other save. He's just not spawned right now. Should be coming up fairly quick, though, because the meat that I've got that I cooked immediately is just about spoiled, which means it's been around 30-ish days. Tell you what we can do. Let's go ahead and head over to the mine, and we'll pick up a load of coal. Because I'd like to hunt the cougar here. I feel more confident in this region than I do in coastal. I know this region a lot better than I know Coastal Highway. Coastal Highway I know pretty well, but not like this. This is my home. This has been my home for a long while. Oh, yay, it's a swarm. So in case you didn't know, only one of them will aggro you at a time. Oh, I shot over him. Oh, we got lucky there. We got lucky there. Where? There he is. You son of a bitch. Come on. I am the Wolf Annihilator. Oh, we left an arrow behind somewhere. Let's walk him back over this way. See if we can just leave a pile of fucking bodies. Probably this guy we didn't pull the arrow out of. I don't know, we lost one. Well, he didn't even get startled. That went under his legs. And that barely went over him. Oh, shut up. Terrible shooting, but that was funny in the end. Yeah, we're missing an arrow someplace. Let's go interact with each of them, because if one of them's stuck and I didn't get it picked out of them, interacting should pull the arrow. Yep, there it was. The number in the bottom right went from 4 to 5. Yeah, that wasn't very good shooting, but we got the job done. I only had that one shot left. Had we missed, I'm like, I'm going to pull the rifle on him and just pop him in the back of the cranium. Yeah, a friend of mine, Oliver, kind of taught me that as soon as you go up and you just look at them and interact with them and go into that screen, it will give you your arrow back if there's an arrow you can't see. So like they fell on the arrow or whatever, that is an actual mechanic in the game. Arrows are expensive. I still think we're missing an arrow someplace. That's okay. We're just going to run through and grab some coal and bring it back. I feel like maybe we've been over here not too long ago, but I mean, the whole region is looted. What we should probably do is head back and start getting some cedar. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just start getting some wood for today. Our stores of backup cedar and fir wood are almost depleted completely. Fir is gone. Cedar is not far behind. We're not cold. We got plenty of food. We don't really, we can give that coal a few extra days. When I first came back into this save after dying on the last one, the run before the one we just started, I went up there and got fuel like day one. So if it hadn't been 30 days yet, it wouldn't be fully back. Good old PV in the weather, baby. You gotta love it here. You just gotta love the weather. Now, again, this is another one of those things we know. Thompson's is just over that way, and this way is the barn. So even in a blizzard, we're kind of in a good spot. Sorry that I keep changing my mind, but I'm almost positive we're really close to being on top of 30 days. So we should get that FMV in at any time. Soon. Let's just double check all the wolves to make sure that we didn't, because I thought we had 6 arrows. And now I'm down to 5. And I don't remember hearing anything break. Take your free feathers. We don't need the pelts. We don't need the meat. I'm not worried about it right now. It was fun to kill them. Picked up an arrow. I told you. There it is right there in the upper right. I knew we were missing one. Trying to pay attention. That's the moose area right there. Wow, I got that really confused. I thought that it moved, but apparently it has not moved. He's just not around. You can see clear as day, there's the markings. I got confused between this run and that new run. But I do in the new run know where it's spawning. It's down there by the way you go up to Pensive and then Signal. I know where we're going to go collect some more wood. See if we can get some fur. We're walking around all heavy armored and shit. We don't need to be, but... whatever. Hey, look who it is. Let's let him get in a position where we can cheese him. And then we can stay here at the barn and probably harvest and put it in the Travaux and head back. Decide to go for wood. End up with a bear spawn. As long as we don't get too close, we might be able to get this wood first. If he triggers this way, then... Because it's weird. So watch, he'll be right there. And this is going to say it takes 45 minutes, right? Oh, they fixed it. He's over there now. Okay, good. Didn't used to be that way. Did not used to be that way. Used to be that one thing happened in real time and the other thing happened in game time. harvesting kind of works that way. Let's see if we can cut him off at the pass over here. Prefer not to fight him in the open. I'd prefer to have some cover. Not knowing where the cougar may or may not spawn, it's going to be interesting. But he's heading back towards Birch Forest, but we can kind of get in his way over here at this little shed with the tractor. This run in particular, we've been very, very, very unlucky with one-shot kills. He may be heading back in. We may have to trigger him, bring him close. We'll see. But we'll try for him. I mean, why not? It's our best source of meat right now. And if the moose were to happen to spawn, say, tomorrow, and we wanted to hunt the moose, I wouldn't want that bear walking around while we're harvesting. Plus, we can kind of use the meat. Not really, but kind of. All right, this is a little on the danger side, but not bad. Plus, we've got our armor on, so if he does happen to jump our ass, we should be fine. Maybe a little torn clothing, but I don't think it's going to kill us. There he is. See if we can get his attention. Yeah, hi, buddy. How you doing? How your mama doing? How the family doing? What kind of nerves of steel would you have to just stand in the face of a bear that's walking towards you like this? We want to get in a position without de-aggroing him, because he's coming right where we want him. I'd like to shoot from the other side of this tractor, but I don't want him turning back towards the birch forest. And one less bear up if we were out walking around trying to find the cougar is not a horrible thing either. Bears have got a really nice big area of engagement. Large pathing. I'd rather he be coming in this way, but we can make this work. All right, let's put one in his face. He's bleeding. That might be a better shooter angle here. Let's let him get a little bit away and then we'll hop out. We'll put another one in him. Or I can just show you finally the way you cheese it. Which is we hit him, we know he's bleeding. We hop out. We let him turn. Right? We kind of let him get close. Don't lose sight of him, though. And then we kind of just keep doing that. But ain't nobody really got time for all that shit. And eventually you keep just back and forth, you can get a one-shot kill even when it's not a one-shot kill. But you got to make sure he doesn't get out of aggro range, otherwise you're going to have to go pull him again. This is cheesy, but it works. It's just the way the game mechanic works. Sprinting out of nowhere, huh, Bubba? Lucky you don't drive the tractor into your big ass. See, this one's tricky. They're trying to trick us here by pathing him right in there. But we're just letting him bleed, keeping him right here in the same area. It's a simple process. What do you mean? Oh, he'll charge. If you hit him from too far away, as in like maybe he's not inside of aggro range, he'll run. But if you keep him somewhere in this area, like if I pop him now, he'll charge because he's aggroed on me. Oh, shit. I heard a big clink, like you can't get in the door. I'm like, what? And if he's inside of aggro range and you pop him in the face or you pop him in the body, he'll charge. And then you've got moments before he's on top of you. Usually you've got plenty of time to put off 2 rounds with the rifle. You can put 3 or 4 rounds in him with the pistol, or at least a couple of arrows as well. But I'm dicking with him at this point. I don't feel like wasting ammo. I can't tell if he's fucking bleeding or not. It happens. It almost happened there. I can't completely be certain he's bleeding still. We may need to pop him another one. He won't heal, but I'm not seeing a blood trail. Oh, he's bleeding. I see blood. Okay. As long as we see blood, we're fine. This is that method I was like, it just takes some time for him to bleed out. So this is a really good, you could even do this with the revolver. Now the moose you can't do this with. The moose doesn't bleed. And from what I understand, the cougar doesn't bleed either. But we can use this method if we get into a spot where there is some type of cover that's not like a cave or something, that we can manipulate how he comes at us. So it just depends on where the Pleasant Valley spawn is. And I looked it up, but I couldn't find any information on anybody going, yeah, it happens here on the map. There he goes. One shot, one kill, sort of. I think we're just going to take the meat and the hide. We don't really need the guts. Let's go ahead and have a little lunch while we're harvesting. But this makes our area a little bit safer. Fuck. Hate it when I do that. That's a pretty cheesy way to do it, but I mean, for a lower level player and somebody that's new, I don't really see it as a problem. It's, I guess you could call it an exploit if you really wanted to. I say we're not going to take shit and then watch. We're going to go back and get those guts. Because waste not, want not. What it all comes down to in that particular situation is knowing the bear spawns and knowing the area around you. This is liable to be pretty heavy. Oh, we're moving all right. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I remembered what button it was to drop it. Been a while since I used a Travois. But yeah, when the, you know, look, as you're learning, I love hunting that bear in that location. I love hunting the other bear in this location because I can just hop into my porch. Aggro, de-aggro whenever I want. Could I have taken him into the woods and, you know, jumped around trees and shit? Yeah, absolutely. That's what the lopers do. They go around trees with a bow and they pop him and they dodge as he's running, and then they get another arrow in and they pop him, and eventually he dies. Because Loper doesn't have guns. But why put 3 or 4 rounds into the damn thing if you can save 2 or 3 rounds and just bring him back and forth? You know, end of the day, Hinterland kind of screwed me tonight with that first workbench. I feel like, regardless, this is fair play. But then again, I don't really... how do we word this? I don't necessarily teach exploits, but I teach mechanics, and I show mechanics. That's how the mechanic works. I didn't program it. I just know how to make it work for me. And I can show everybody how to make it work for them. There's a wolf we're going to have to deal with. I may have to rifle him. Let's just get over here and get him. Woof. I mean, mechanics are just mechanics, man. Like in every game you play. Look at No Man's Sky, right? Some people think it's okay to do the refiner duplication glitch. And yet they're like supportive of like diminishing returns. And I've said forever that when you devalue somebody that wants to come in and spend 20 hours and build a base and build something they're proud of. I would have swore I heard another growl. You know, that you're proud of and that your friends can come and visit and grab resources and stuff. And they're like, no, we don't want you to do that. That's not realistic. And then yet you can throw things in a refiner and duplicate them because they've never bothered to fix it. What's really right and wrong? or the silly personal refiner one that's nowhere near as effective as the refiner one, but it's all just silly at the end of the day. Game. Now you're gonna have me over enunciating my M's. I try to take pride in speaking fairly clearly. Freudian slip. Just kidding. Or is he? Sound design on the Travail is really good. Oh, fuck you. This game, I swear. Probably be wolves right out here in the yard. Because I didn't go kill them earlier. We know that other bear's dead, though. We killed him about a week or so ago in game. Yep. I can't tell. I don't think that's a wolf. Little hazy. Can't tell. But yeah, games all basically just revolve around whatever mechanics the developers want to put in. And anybody that says, oh, that's cheating or that what, it's like, well, you know, if they didn't want people to do it, then program it out of the game. Sounds harsh, but how is all of that already at 85%? I learned my lesson on that. Don't leave those outside. They deteriorate really quick. All right, so now I think maybe we'll go back over and hunt a moose. See if he's up, and if not, I don't know what we're gonna do. Because I just don't think we're... I'll tell you what, I'll go look real quick. I'll go look at the video, because I showed the date in there. I don't remember how many days it was. But I know we spent between 5 and 10 days on this save the night I died to the cougar. I just started coming in, eating, drinking, passing time. Because I was pissed that night. I'm like, no, we're going to the main save. And we're killing the cougar right now. I was mad. Because I didn't think it was fair the way that it was implemented. before we head out, let's give me a second. I can look at this real quickly. $654 was where we were at the other night. We are now at... Wow. We've only spent 10 days in game at this point. In the first 3 hours and 45 minutes. Of course, we haven't really been passing time, like I said, kind of we were going to do. So we may still have several days here. All right, if the moose is not up, we will come back over here and just pass time. I can't believe it's only been 10 game days. Waiting on all this shit. Damn, it's cold this morning. 2 arrows down. I'm going to feel bad about clickbait if we don't get to find a cougar tonight. I thought we were a lot closer to this. I apologize, guys. Then again, it's possible the cougar just isn't in this particular region. But I don't think we've gone 30 days yet. And sitting around building stuff in the house isn't... Oh, we didn't drop off the wood either. Shit, that's going to make us a little heavier. Oh, well. Yeah, I know, but I despise it when I think something is away and then I feel like I'm lying to you guys. I appreciate your guys' patience with it. I really do. It's just... It's a me thing. Of all the things in the world that I am, I don't ever want to be a person that wastes someone's time. Time is precious, and I appreciate you guys hanging out, and I want to bring that to you guys because I want to see it too. So if the moose isn't here, we'll go back, and we're literally just going to pass time. Maybe we might have to do a water cook. Other than that, we're just going to keep passing time until it happens. So I want to make sure it happens tonight. I have done marginal clickbait based in fact before, but I've never actually clickbaited a video or a live. You won't believe what's going to happen tonight. Like, I've never done that shit. That it drives me nuts. I can only imagine how bad it affects everybody else. People like that, I don't wish them ill. I just hope their channels don't work out. Sadly, it will, because people can't help themselves from clicking the silly thumbnail with the red arrow on it, pointing to a little blacked out blob. You won't believe what this is. And they put it at the very end of a video or something. Oh, God, I hate it. I hate it. I tell you, do you remember the guy that made the automated nanite farm video with the chewy wires from No Man's Sky? And I went and debunked it, and there were still people that wanted to come in and defend him and saying, yeah, that's automated. It's like, no, it's AFK at best. And I do mean at best. Bah. No, Moosey. Bah. I actively try to fight clickbait shit. I went in and proved that it was a clickbait video that the guy was probably bot farming views on anyway for his whole channel. And then everybody comes in and goes, yeah, well, YouTube works that way sometimes where you get a video that does this. And I go, oh, yeah, how about 8 in a row on a 200 sub channel? That doesn't happen. You don't get like 10K views on a 200 sub channel 8 times in a row. It doesn't, especially when you're talking about stuff that's not even remotely relevant content. And then clearly the one that really blew up and went to like 30K views was clickbait. And there was, you know, to the credit, there was a fair amount of people that came in and said, yeah, I kind of had a feeling, but thanks for doing the homework and proving it. But then there was other people that came in and go, it is too automated. It's like, no, it's not. Automated is the miners. They work when you're not even online. Here we go on the weather again. I almost brought myself to log into No Man's Sky today, and I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. I want to play this, and then I want to get into Dune when it comes out, and it's still a few weeks away. I have pre-ordered now, so it's coming out, or I'm gonna have it. I didn't get the Ultimate Edition, but I can't really afford that right now, so. But I think with the guys I'm going to be playing with, I think it'll be entertaining even for people that aren't necessarily into the game, because there'll be other people around and there'll be shenanigans, so I think it'll be a good time. But that doesn't mean we're stopping doing this anytime soon either. It's just that I find if I really go at a game hard, I burn on it, and I just don't want to burn out on anything. Pleasant Valley's being really rude the last few days. Do you realize I played a lot of 7 days with other creators back in the day, and then I played some of it. I've even got a couple of videos in 7 Days to Die about certain things. One was I talk about these guys a lot, but Neebs Gaming, they had a base that really interested me based on pathing when it came to the zombies. This is back before 1.0 dropped, like way before. Hell, this might have been like Alpha 17 or 18. But, and the base concept I thought was brilliant. I thought it was absolutely brilliant concept. The problem was was it wasn't big enough. They didn't give themselves enough space to let the zombies run up and have enough time to shoot them before they were at their front door. So I did a creator tribute build for that base and kind of explained. I tried to be too epic with it, but I tried to explain, hey, here's how you can make this design work. It's a solid design. And then I went in and I ran a horde with it and proved it. I created a base called the Glory Hole, believe it or not. Actually, back in the day, hang on, you know what? Let me see if I can find it. I might be able to find it somewhere. I know it's somewhere. Let me think about where it's at, and I might be able to show it to you. We'll get back here and I'll see if I can find it. But I used to do all kinds of creative shit back in the day. I had one ultimate base that I don't think could have ever been defeated by any strength horde. And somehow I never made the video on it. And it took me, I don't know, 40-ish hours to build. So intricate, so many different backups to systems and things. It was awesome. I loved the base, but I ran it with a couple of friends and they loved it as well, but we never really made any content with it. And now it's gone. You can't go back to those alphas. Let me drop off this wood and then we will see if I can find that video real quick. Since you like 7 Days to Die, you might appreciate the concept that I went with. Okay, let me see. Real quick here. Okay, so it's not there. I thought it was. Is it? I know it's over here. Hang on, TikTok's being an asshole. And it's logged me out for whatever reason, so now I don't think I can get in there. Let me see if it's here. I don't know if I ever uploaded it to YouTube or not. I don't do many shorts for YouTube. All right, hold on. Maybe I know it's on TikTok. I got a lot of friends that are creators on TikTok that let me log in. I can't show you guys that though. Not that I do anything with my TikTok account. Hang on. Hang on. It's here. It's just TikTok is so, I hate TikTok to death. Oh, they took all my videos down. So I don't think I have it anymore now. I think that was the only place it was. Son of a bitch. They were just there 2 days ago. Let me check my phone. I don't think I can show it to you off the phone, but and they took away all my followers too. That's TikTok for you guys. I don't have any friends. I was just on here 2 nights ago watching somebody that I used to watch all the time. It was good to catch up with them. I was just on here this morning by accident and logged in.
Get in my way.
Wow, I don't think I have the video anymore now because TikTok deleted it. Unless somewhere I'm missing it on YouTube, which I don't think I ever put it on YouTube. Maybe I did. Maybe it's on the first page. Oh, okay. Here it is. Here it is. I've got it. Thank God. Yeah, I hate talk, dude, so much. Like they change shit. It takes shit away from you. It's pathetic. All right, hold on. Let me bring this one up real quick, and then I'll show you guys. There you go. I don't know how well you're gonna hear it though. Get bored. I go build. I don't know. It looks pretty good to me. You got to figure out what you can do with all the parts. This is 7 Days to Die, and the beautiful part, this is a completely functional grenade base, and you can actually shoot down through the bottom towards the feet where the zombies might be. I don't know. Tell me what you guys think. Subscribe, comment, like the video. Bye. So this is what happens when I get bored. I go build. I don't know. It looks pretty good to me. You got to figure out what you can do with all the parts. This is 7 Days to Die, and the beautiful part, this is a completely functional grenade base, and you can actually shoot down through the bottom. Yep, there you go. It was a fully functional base. I just got bored one night and started looking at parts. I'm like, all right. And in the background of that, you can see couple other bases too. So this one in the top right corner here is what I called 4 corners. Basically, it's all traps here, and there's walls separating each of the 4 sides. There are blade traps in the middle, and you stand just up in the middle. From this building that's right behind the AT-AT, there was tunnels that led to each one of these bases. So like there was ladders that got you up into this base. Then there was a tunnel that went over here, and you went up through there. There was no doors. So like just creative shit. I enjoyed figuring out how stuff works. And then somewhere back here, and I'll get to skipping time here in just a second, guys. Sorry. You have to go back a ways to see it. I overproduced the video. I mean, if I'm being honest, it was when I had delusions of grandeur. But these are the Glock 9 5x5 challenges that I did. I did it once melee only, and it worked. And then where is it at? It's been a long time ago. The 2-hour challenge was a really good time too. I don't know if you ever tried that. Oh, this one. The creator tribute, the Birdcage. I think they were in Alpha 19. It was Alpha 19 when this came out. This is almost 3 years old. But the base... Looks like that. All right, so the idea is they path up the stairs and then they come through all these barbed wire traps, and then there's blade traps kind of in their way, and then they got to come all the way back down to you, because as long as they've got a clear path, they won't attack this bottom part. And you stand right here, actually on the bottom floor, and then if they breach the bottom floor, you could always go up to the second floor and fight from there. And then there was like gun turrets and shit on the outside of it. But they did a much smaller version of this that was maybe half this size, and it almost worked. Almost worked. And I'm like, man, like they never get anything that works. I want to prove to people that this works. So I made this video. If you want to go back and watch it, it's called Creator Tribute The Birdcage. It's from about 3 years ago, 2 years ago. When did I say? 2022? Yeah, about almost 3 years ago. Anyway, let's get back to Long Dark. I have to switch that off just in case. Okay. There we go. But yeah, that's just kind of the shit I get into. It's how I get in. Exactly. And by the time they get where, I wish I could show you the other bases, because there was a couple that were really clever. Damn, I got to do this from the front or else it ain't going to be straight. Ugh. This game and item placement, I swear. I swear to Colonel Sanders. All right, I'm done doing that. Let's just pass some time. Let's get some food and water on us, and let's just start passing time till we get there. I want a fucking cougar tonight. Well, it was my first real effort at a cinematic video. And it didn't do very well, and I got discouraged, so I didn't really go back to it. I've tried a lot of things on this channel. I really have. Everything from that kind of thing to music videos to cooking to straight tutorial to playthroughs. I've tried a lot of different things, and I've enjoyed a lot of them. Actually, most of them. Hell, Valheim series, I tried a fourth wall series where I knew I was in a game, but I kept going back to a shot of me in real life, talking about me in the game, but still talking about the game as if it was happening. It was weird, but I thought it sounded good at the time. Again, never became very popular, so I didn't go back to it. But you never know until you try, until you put it out there and see what people think. There was the occasional comment that said, hey, this is kind of a cool approach. But by and large, they didn't do well with views. And yeah, I just kind of... Not that views are everything. I mean, if you're not having fun doing what it is you're doing, don't do it. Like, end of story. And I thought it was fun to do something like that. But finally, once I kind of found my groove with the style that I basically do for No Man's Sky, that's kind of where it's been since then. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Some people are just better at presentation than I am. My ideas are, I think they're very good. It's just the execution. For whatever reason, I can sit here and talk to you guys like this, and I don't stammer, I don't worry about it. I don't go back and do a second take, like none of that shit. But you get me where I'm like, okay, we're recording, and I freeze up. Like I get into this real monotone J, and I've never been able to figure that out. I'm not afraid around people. Like I talk to people all the damn time. I'll even be the one that starts up a conversation as kind of an extrovert. So it's not that at all. It's just, for whatever reason, I'm recording and it makes me fucking nervous. And it annoys the shit out of me. All right, we're just going to go through it, guys. Let's just fucking do this shit. But regardless if I am happy with the way that the video itself came out, the concept of the bass is fucking solid. And they had it. They had it. They couldn't figure out that it just needed to path them further. They had the pathing idea perfect. And then the idea was that I was going to do other videos from other creators to where maybe I saw their bass fail or something, that I was going to try to come back. It was supposed to be a series. I was going to try to come back and do, well, we can always pass time in the car too. Matter of fact, you're probably right on that. But as it turns out, most creators for 7 Days to Die are pretty good fucking bass builders. No, that wasn't his bass. That was, it was Neeb's original idea. And then Apsro did it the following week. Well, you know how they do it. They do like 1 day per episode. So Neeb's had the concept, and Apsro was like, I think it's solid. He goes, I just think it needed some tweaking. And then he tried it, and it also failed because they just didn't make the pathing long enough. That, and they had, their editor was on like a level 100 and some odd account, and they were on like day 21 or something like that. So they were getting thrown at with, you know, all kinds of heavy shit that they really shouldn't have been getting thrown at them at that game stage. But it is what it is. But I went back and I tried to figure out what game stage they might have been at, ran it at about the same level. My Mega Bass, I still want to go make that video, and that's the video that I want to make the music video for, but I can't because copyright. Although I guess I could do it and put it behind a paywall, but that wouldn't be what I want. I want to share it. And I don't want to make any money on it. I don't care about the money. I just want to share the concept and how I think video games would make excellent music videos. Excellent. There's a whole style called nerdcore that's exactly what it is. It's either songs that are written about video games or particular video games, or it's music videos set to video games. And I think 7 Days to Die would lend itself really good to a couple of songs I've heard from bands that I know and that have asked me to make the content, and I can't because they can't get me the rights to it because of their publishers and shit. Because if their publishers don't get a piece of the action, then they're like, no, we won't release the music. Music industry is just sickening. We talked about this a little bit the other night. It mortifies me. We are going to blow through so much water. Oh my God. I'm not even ready to sleep yet. Because I want to get on the downside of tired meter. Oh, look, a second blizzard. But since we weren't wet when we get in the car, we're fine. We're not getting any colder. Because we're warm in the car. Sometimes this game really makes me wonder. Now we'll sleep for a few hours. We should be fine here. We'll sleep like 6 hours. Yeah, I've got so many musically inclined and talented friends. I would love to be a part of that, but I don't. Nah. It's not worth the headache, unfortunately. All right, we got to go get meat anyway, so let's... Why can't I run? Oh, it's because of the ballistic vest. You can't run. Good to know. Glad I found that out now and not later. God, it takes so long to even just pass time. It's ridiculous. Artificial extension of my game. We have so many supplies and shit, we could just sit here and do this endlessly, get to 1,000 days. That'd be hilarious. But yeah, conceptually, I've seen some pretty solid bases out of those guys, and they failed because they just didn't look any deeper into the mechanics of that game. I haven't played since it went 1.0 though. I've not even played it a little bit. Hey, we got cured meat. It's somehow only at 78% once it's cured. Wow. And hold on. And it's reduced calories. This is pointless. So you lose 225 calories by doing this. This is the equivalent of a base bear steak. I'm sure it lasts forever. Hang on, let's see how much water it draws off of us here. Let's fill up on water and then we'll eat this and see how much water it pulls from our liquid meter. About the same as everything else. That's I don't think that's worth the time personally. Even early game, I don't see that being worth the time. Hi, Wolfie. Oh, you son of a bitch. Now he's gonna take off with my fucking arrow. I'm gonna have to track his ass down now. And I can't run. Yeah, it was a quarter kilo. But still... Oh, this motherfucker's taking my arrow all to bumfuck Egypt over there. Alright, it's gone. If I can't run, I ain't chasing him. That used almost 5 kilos of salt to make 20 pieces. So while it's good on carry weight, you lose so many calories. You lose almost 4,000 calories over the course of 20 pieces. Is that right? Yes. You lose over 4,000 calories over the course of 20 pieces. 225 calories down for a bear steak times 10, 2,250 calories. So 4,500 calories gone over the course of 20 steaks. Now, granted, it's reduced in weight. So you telling me moose is better? No, we're not going to go hunting moose. I promised you guys we were going to do this. This is what we're going to do. How could it possibly add calories to anything? I don't think there should be any calorie loss at all. What? Oh my god, I just lost my save, guys. I didn't even think to look if we were bleeding. Son of a bitch. I didn't even look to see we were bleeding. Totally my fault. I've never cheated death before. But we're so close to the fucking cougar now. We aren't even remotely close to where we died. I didn't even pay attention to us bleeding. That is 1,000,000,000% my fault. So we lost our bag, right? We get to keep our gear, but we lost our bag. It's a pretty safe trip to get back home. If I am where I think I am. And we are. This is Pensive Pond over here. We got some food we can nosh on and some water real quick. And we can start a fire to get warmed up to get down the hill. Although we don't have any matches up here. That would be something we'd have to think about bringing up here. Holy shit. I can't believe that just happened. That was absolutely stupid. Well, now we can't hunt the cougar for 20 days. But guaranteed, we were close to 30. I just didn't even look at my health. How I ended up bleeding when I'm wearing fucking bulletproof armor, I don't know. Alright, well, I don't have any matches on me, so let's just hoof it on down the hill. What an idiot. God bless, that was stupid. I've never had to use that mechanic ever. Matter of fact, I'm kind of dead set against it, but I'm not waiting another 30 days to try the Cougar. And we're not going to be able to fight the Cougar now until this debuff wears off. I'm not going into a Cougar fight with half my health gone. That would be idiotic. Every fight, you got to look at your health. I didn't even bother. Totally on me. Here I'm just talking about how invincible the save is, and it comes down to me being stupid. Well, that's silly. To bring a 450 calorie rabbit to 900 calories by adding salt. I don't think that system's going to be for me. It's an awful lot of work traveling back and forth with salt. When I can... It's just the wires spawning in. It looked like something was moving over there. All right, I can't run either because we're wearing the ballistic vest. All that gear, double bear coat, 89% protection, and somehow we still got bleed. Now I'm a little concerned about the Cougar. Now I'm more than a little bit concerned about the Cougar. And we got to hustle and get home or else we're going to die of cold again. That wasn't even close to where we died. It said spawn close. That was up near the damn transition to Mystery Lake. Did anybody catch it if it said 10 or 20 days? Probably said 20, didn't it? Son of a bitch. I am such an idiot. Like there was that moment of disbelief. All my shit's out there. We'll go inside for the night, get warmed up. We're fine, like no big deal. No big deal. We're just gonna have to wait now on the fucking Cougar. God damn it. Oh, come on. I know the bedroll's right there. What the actual fuck is going on here? Something's glitching out. let's just sleep. I'll need to go grab a revolver real quick. We weren't going to do anything too crazy other than go fight the cougar anyway, so it's not that big of a deal, and we should be able to go get our bags, so... But we got a 50% health reduction. Why is everything gray? Oh, come on. And now I don't get to see things in color? The fuck is wrong with this game? So I just have to deal with black and white until it decides it doesn't want to do it anymore. Seriously? Oh, but we had our rifle apparently. This is stupid. This is really dumb. Where's my bag? Oh, and it took all kinds of condition off of my shit. Where's my bag? Okay, this is poor. I can't afford to be outside. I mean, in the end, what did we really lose if we lost it? So I died here, and they're telling me my bag is now over by the fucking barn. Huh? Yeah, it's all black and white. This is how I have to see the game until it says I don't have to anymore, I guess. For whatever fucking reason. My bag's over here somewhere, even though I died at the car. What the fuck? This is silly. And if I hadn't chose spawn close to my bag, they could have put me in a region I couldn't have got out of. I.e. something like Mountain Town. This is silly. Watch, there'll be a bear over here too. They're gonna throw a bear at me over in this side. This is This is a, okay, look. You wanted me to be a little bit critical. This is a really bad implementation of this. This is a really not good implementation of this. To force me to see in black and white, number one. For your bag to be halfway across the region when I died in an enclosed space, they just teleport your shit. This is something. This was not thought through properly. I don't believe this was completely thought through. We'll be fine. We'll go back and we'll repair everything. But we got to go get our shit because now I'm worried about it maybe despawning. Maybe the color comes back once I get to the campfire. It better. This is going to be unbearable. This is so not fun. And watch, the moose will be out. You know, our health is so low, we can't take any chances here. We're gonna... This is not a good implementation of this. I've never messed with it before. I've always just accepted fate. But on this one, I just want to go see the cougar. I kind of don't give a shit if I live or die in the save. It's just more of a, I'm not going to wait another 30 days to see the fucking cougar. And we've already got it turned off on the save that we're doing. So I'd have to start all over again. It better give me color back when I get to this fire. I'm going to be beyond pissed off. Like, this is kind of a deal breaker for me. It's dumb enough they're making me go across the map to get gear that was never in this location. It was in a car. Luckily, the good news is enough time hasn't passed. Shouldn't be any wolves really until we get over to Thompson's. And even then, I don't know if there'll be any. But if we got to go across that other bridge, which I think we do, they may throw a bear at us. Because there is a potential bear spawn over there by the waterfall behind like the gas station. I would rather not have the option to cheat death than to have to deal with this shit. This is silly. It's my fault. I'm not mad at them for my death. That was my fault. I think this is just really, really not great when it comes down to how they've put it in. This could have been done a billion times better. And for whatever reason, they've taken so much durability off all of my clothes. They took one little nick from a wolf. And everything was, yep, there's that lag spike. I bet you there's a fucking bear up here. Probably walking straight across the bridge. Certainly in the area. Anytime you get one of those really nasty lag spikes like that, it's usually them spawning in a big creature. I'd better get color back. I'm going to be so mad. This save is unusable for content now. Until this black and white shit's gone. And I find this stupid fire. And that's a wolf. We ain't taking any fucking chances with him. Asshole. Somehow shrugs off a rifle shot, still comes at me. So where is this fire? Is it not this house? I have no idea how to go about doing this. There shouldn't be anything in here anyway. Brick bridge. Oh my God. I know where it's at. God damn it, we're in the wrong spot. Oh, I'm fuming right now. I'm fuming. We got to go over at Birch Forest. It's that little homestead that's burnt out at the Birch Forest. I'd forgotten the name of it. And we didn't look to see if the moose was up or not. Why would it be no color? What a fucking dumb choice. And this all comes after they screw me out of my first crafting table and shit tonight. And now this they think is a good idea. Ugh. I know where we're going now, though. I didn't realize that's what it was called. It's over in the Birch Forest near the barn. But it wouldn't surprise me to see the moose up. We know the bear's down. That's good. At least all these wolves are down too. We don't have to worry about that too much. Yeah, but I'm not really in a weakened state right now. I'm back to as full of health as I can be, and all my meters look good. I mean, honestly, there's nothing in my bag that I can't replace other than the ammo. What's up, Shaitan? You just missed me die because I'm an idiot on my main save. And this is apparently what cheat death looks like. Black and white. We're trying to figure out how long it lasts, and I'm mad, dude. Today has been not a great day for this game. The good news is there's no bear over here because we just killed him. So we can pretty much move with impunity over here. What's up, Technique? I'm walk of shaming right now. It was my fault. I'm not mad at the game for the death. The death was my fault. I was not paying attention. But now we're gonna have to wait a little longer to fight the cougar. Lonely Homestead. Okay. So somewhere here to the left should be the bag. They put it in here where it's so easy to get turned around. There's supposed to be a fire or something. I died in the car, so I got hit by a wolf, and I just wasn't paying attention. I ended up bleeding out. And it respawned me back up near the entrance to, well, this region from Mystery Lake. And then it moved my stuff from where I died in the car outside a farmhouse to somewhere over here. Because apparently my stuff just teleports. And we have to see the entire world through black and white right now. And it's unclear as to whether that's going to change. It's also unclear if I'm going to find my stuff. There's nothing in my stuff that isn't replaceable. Losing the ammo would suck. There's no bear over here right now, even though he can spawn over here. We just killed him literally a couple of minutes before I died. One of the last things we did. I need some coal. That's yeah, and I got even worse news based on the dev notes. It doesn't look like that's getting fixed anytime soon. They put out patch 2 like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, but I don't think that was included in patch 2. And then they're like, once patch 2's out, it's 1,000,000,000% going to be about episode 5. I don't think they have any plans to fix any of that right now. At least that's how it sounds in the dev diary. I'm already tired of this black and white shit. I gotta go find some charcoal. We should have some over here at the barn. But I damn near just lost a 700-day save because I was an idiot. And Again, it remains to be seen how long this black and white shit's gonna happen for. I guess maybe if I find my shit, like I can't even see the sun. This is at the very least a really interesting implementation of the cheat death mechanic. To teleport my gear to some random location is just stupid. Like literally, that's just dumb. I died where I died. Leave my gear where it's at. Well, like I said, we should have plenty of coal in here, so I should be able to narrow it down pretty fast. Not coal, but charcoal. Oh, just 2, huh? Wow. How? We've cooked over here multiple times. Well, the good news about that, though, is you should get to complete, or you should get to keep your progress when it comes to the Tales. The save I should have been playing on tonight, I was about to go into Buried Echoes. But I got a wild hair saying, nah, let's go try for a cougar. And now, I think for 20 game days, I'm screwed with 50% condition loss because of cheat death. Which, look, I was screwed with 100% condition loss. So I'm not really complaining about that. But my gear being in someplace different and this black and white stuff is stupid. It's just dumb. And then the way the music changes here, this all sad shit, makes me want to vomit a little bit. I feel like I'm watching that part of the movie where the guy realizes how much he loves the girl. Bleh. All right, let's get over here where I kind of think it's at, and then we'll hit a charcoal. As you can see on the map where it's Lonely Lighthouse, or not Lonely Lighthouse, but whatever, Lonely Homestead. It's right over there, or down there. And then it should be somewhere in this general vicinity. Yes. And Black Frost is going to have that. And there is mods to be able to do multi here. Somewhere over here. I have no actual idea where this is at. Give me a goddamn loot marker. The only good news here is the bear is not anywhere up right now. We've killed him. There it is. You can just make out some smoke right over here. But in black and white, you can't fucking see it. All right, we got it. Let's go over here and get our shit and see if we get color back, because this is going to piss me off. I don't like those lag spikes, man. Fuck. Probably a moose. And I'm in black and white. You've got to be kidding me. Who sat at a fucking table and thought this was a good idea? Yeah, let's force them to play black and white for 20 days. Who sat there in a meeting and said, yeah, that's solid? Man, maybe I am becoming cynical in my older age, but good God, this is dumb. This is now unusable content. This is almost like literally wearing a shame badge. Because I didn't want to lose everything because I made one little mistake. Yet they're the ones that put the fucking mechanic in the game. Otherwise, everything would have been gone. Including the ropes, by the way. Including all the ropes. I tell you, you might have got your, yeah, I did. I looked at it, and it's set to none. I thought maybe it switched it over to noir, and it didn't. It's set to none. I guess there was some things that I wouldn't want to be without. This is probably that fucking wolf we killed. That probably killed us. Let's go over and make sure we get our fucking arrow back. Want to teabag him. We can't run or anything because we're wearing armor. We were building up for a fight with the cougar that we can't go do now because we're just too injured. We're going to have to hang out around the house for like 20 days. But I am going to come over here and teabag this piece of shit. Literally, is this supposed to be some type of shaming? Though I think the lag spikes are actually happening. Oh, God damn it. Fuck you! I want my arrow! I'm not worried about dying again or anything. Holy fuck. Okay, so 31 hours, 54 minutes in weakened state. I assume that's when black and white goes off. And then because the penalty is down there in the bottom left. That's the health bar. A 50% reduction for like 20 fucking game days. 400 hours. Which is not what I chose, by the way. It said I chose a 10% loss for 10 days. Or a 20% loss for 10 days. And then it pops up at a 50% loss. For 20 days. So I don't even think it's working right. It gives you options that you can pick kind of your poison. And that's not what I selected. We got plenty of stuff we can work on to get this fucking 36 hours done. I'm not going to be able to cougar until this is over with anyway, so we're going to be skipping a fuckload of time. We'll probably have to do some water cooking. And we'll cook some of that bear meat. Just make sure we've got enough. Yeah, not mad that I died. It was my fault. Game had nothing to do with it. I didn't even look to see if I was bleeding. That's how stupid it was. But this is kind of on another level of dumb with this black and white shit. But it looks like it's like a 2-day thing. 2 game day thing. Good thing we got some hunting in and we've got plenty of food to last us for 20 fucking days. but all will be erased at some point. You guys see what I see here? Do you see what I see? It's okay that you can pick this up in color, but everything around is black and white. I think it needs some optimization, boys and girls. Literally, somebody brought this up at a meeting and said, this is my vision. And people agreed. Yep, that's glorious. Your vision is wonderful. The game already cheated me tonight. Really bad. Ask Ease and Patea. When I went to craft up the woodworking bench here, I started making a crafting bench. I went out and slept in the car. When I came back, all of it was gone. Just gone. All of it was gone. Including the vise. It consumed all the ingredient for the workbench. So I had to make a separate trip all the way up to Signal Hill to get another one, not knowing if it was going to work. It did, but I didn't know if it was going to work or not. Fuck. Now I don't think we're going to be able to get a cougar in tonight. That is over 20 game days. That is not what I said. All right, let's look at the condition of our shit here, because that's probably a problem. Why? I've got... Do I not have sewing? I've got... What happened to my fishing tackle? I had 2 fucking brand new fishing tackles on me. What is going on here? Well, we got to get our gear repaired. It's not a big deal. We've got plenty of stuff to repair with. It just sucks. My stuff shouldn't have taken this kind of a beating. We got bit by one wolf. We got bit by one fucking wolf. And we've got 80, like it was 87 or 89% wildlife resistance. This is what we're wearing right now. And yet everything got reduced by like half. That's okay. We can pass time. We can cook water, cook food. We got plenty of bear meat out there to cook. Let's just get everything repaired. I guess move the fuck on from it. Later, Ease. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry I didn't get to the cougar. I wasn't my intention. I thought we were going to get there tonight. I think most of what's left for tonight is just rebuilding shit. %37.5% is... Yeah, it's all in color. But when I come back out of it, it's black and white. I thought something looked weird. It's probably pretty close to telling me I can't repair in the dark. okay. This game makes no sense. That's all of my cloth stuff. Now we're gonna have to get up in the morning. This is gonna look weird. This is so dumb. We do need some deer hides. But we might as well get shit repaired, I guess, if it's going to let us do it. Oh, there it goes, finally. We're going to stay on the downside of the tired meter. We're going to let the tired meter kind of be down a little bit. We can't fuck with it too much now because our health is too damn low. So we got to be a little bit careful about not getting ourselves in a spot. But like I said, we can kind of hang out at the house. It's not a end of the world scenario. But like this, where I could usually just let my water go down, I got to be really careful. I got to be really careful now. Well, the only good news that I can say at this point is that we'll guarantee that we can get to a cougar whenever this shit's fucking gone. We'll have spent enough time in this save at that point. Just enough sleep to kind of get us till morning. I'm just going to manipulate my tired meter a little bit. Yeah, almost a 700-day save, and we should have probably lost it tonight. The only good thing about all of this is we are in mending level 5. So what that means is that I can't fail. Like when it comes to, well, I shouldn't say that, but it does give me the 100% chance of success. The game could still throw me a fucking curveball or something. This would be really dangerous if we didn't have stockpiles of food and stuff. But we do, so we're fine. Let's have some water. I think we need to go pick up another couple of guts. One wolf bite does not equal 50% of all of my fucking gear. It just doesn't. I think I might need one more of these. Yeah, we need to go try to take some deer. Fuck, our warmth is in great shape. I mean, it fucking better be. We just spent a lot of resources getting everything fixed. We need to fix that moose hide satchel as well. Let's pick up a piece of leather, which is all that should take. Yeah, it'll be fine. I'm just a little irritated, mostly with myself, I think. I think this black and white thing is stupid as hell. And I'm not going to be able to go out and look for the cougar for 400 hours now. It's too dangerous. We don't need to go out and do anything. We're fine. But thank you for the faith. I do appreciate it. I'm sure we're going to be okay. No, I think it's going to go away in 9 hours. 9 game hours. I don't think it's a very good decision. It's annoying as hell. It's literally like a walk of shame. And I can honestly say that this is not what I chose. When it gave me the options to choose, this was not my choices. So something went on. Things have been a little screwy tonight anyway. We had a pretty bad bug earlier where I made the woodworking table and then I started crafting a crafting bag well, it was my fault. It was my fault that I had to do it. And the only reason I did it, usually I wouldn't care, but the only reason I did it is because I'm not going to go into another save, which I've already got another save going and I don't have the cougar active, but I'm not going to go into another save and wait another 30 days now to go after the cougar. That's pretty much the only reason I did it. Really, I don't care even if we lose this save. It's just a save. We can go and do it again. The only thing that would take ages and ages and ages would be the rope collection upstairs, which doesn't even show up all that good now because of freaking black and white. But yeah, this would be the only thing that I'd be a little bit sad that we got lost. But I didn't want to have to go in and restart a whole nother save and try to get into a region and get enough ammo and stuff to be able to go and wait another 30 days because we were within about 10 days of the cougar, maybe less. But I mean, stuff's just stuff. It's not that big of a deal. And even still, I thought about doing it. And I'm like, no, I won't go back and do it. So here we are. Oh, I need to repair that, don't I? Oh, I did repair it. Okay. Works for me. It's the first time I've done it, so this is my first experience with it. And I'm really not that impressed. This is not what I chose. Well, that's kind of what I'm hoping for, and I'm sure now that we're injured, the cougar will, the FMV will come up. I'm sure of it. Because I knew we were close, and now it's just going to take 20 game days, which is another 5 or 6 hours worth of game time, probably. Unless I literally just sit around past time. That's it. We got the food and water to do it. Well, maybe not the water, but the food for sure. And the ability to make the water. But at the same time, ugh, I'm a little irritated with it tonight. All right, we're going to watch our health. I don't think it'll take too much of a hit here. Let's eat. We'll sleep about 7 hours. Yeah, I'm wearing the vest right now, which I had 88 or 87 or 89% defense against wildlife. I got nicked by a wolf, and I just didn't pay attention. I bled out. Yeah, I've got a wolf. I've got a moose coat. We'll think about it. Look, again, if the save goes, it goes. I'm not doing this cheat death shit again. This is for the birds. Won't quite be morning time. Hey, at least we're seeing in color again. I mean, the truth of the matter is my fault that all of this happened. I can't blame Hinterland for that. If I'd have just paid attention and looked at my health, everything would have been fine. But I didn't, and that's on me. At least we can see again, guys. Thank God. That was obnoxious. Somebody literally thought that was a good idea. I mean, in the end, what do I blame, right? It's not like I can blame a developer or something that I didn't look. And I went in and I passed. Although I will say that it happened awful fast because I was just trying to pass like 2 or 3 hours. And then it just immediately popped up and said I bled out. And I'm like, what? Completely hit me off guard. Turn around, Doze. Good God. I don't want to go chasing you. Timberwolf. Oh, that's great. That's a Timberwolf. All of a sudden, Timberwolves are now spawning? There's not been Timberwolves. What is going on? They just changed difficulty mid-run. What in the absolute fresh hell? I broke your spirit. Run. Why not? What in the fresh hell? There has not been Timberwolves here at all. And now there was literally black wolves out there when I died. And now they're like, oh no, it's Timberwolves. Haha. Come on. I know Timberwolves can spawn anywhere, but I didn't think they could just change the spawns in the middle of a run. I thought they were where they were. I'm gonna make sure they're all dead. Or at least hit. Gotta be somewhat careful. There's only 2 left. Hi, Ow. Come here. Oh, big lag. And it didn't even hit him. That one didn't either. Shit. The game literally is just being silly. Where'd you go, asshole? I want you to. That was a lot of misses. No, I'm sorry. That is really dumb. That is really dumb. If there's Timberwolves in the region, that's fine. Completely and utterly fine. But they shouldn't just swap in the middle of a run. Timberwolves didn't just move into this region. This was done because I cheated death. This is dumb. Now, I've been in regions that have Timberwolves that don't usually have Timberwolves. Like, well, not on this save, but in other saves. And that's fine. I got no problem with that. But you can't just change shit up like this. That shit don't fly. That is literally punishment for cheating death. On top of everything else. We hit 3 out of 4 of them. I just wanted this one fucking deer pelt. It's the only reason I was even out here. And then I used the hatchet, not the fucking knife. I'm letting my emotional state get the better of me right now. This is silly. I've been playing this game a long time. This is dumb. They should not just be, oh yeah, what was here is not here anymore. Now it's something else. Number 2, the wolf that was just there just died like a day ago. That's the one that bit me. So these guys shouldn't even be spawned. But like I said, if there was Timberwolves in Pleasant Valley, I got no issue with that. But they've not been here during this run, during this time. This is literally just Hinterland being vindictive little shits. That was a big waste of ammo. Fun, though. Yeah, especially on the difficulty I'm playing, which is Voyager. And I'm not saying they have to limit Timberwolves just to Timberwolf Mountain. I'm sorry, just to, Blackrock and Bleak. I'm not saying, I got no problem with them putting them wherever they want to. But swapping mid-run, that's cheesy. That's literally just cheesy. And had I just died to that, I would have probably never come back to the game. I would have probably told them thank you, but I'm done. And that's after, like I said, the big bug that happened earlier that I've never seen anything like. I made a furniture workbench. This is the first one I've had tonight. Made a furniture workbench. And then I went downstairs and took out the crafting table, or the workbench. And because I wanted to put it up here where it's at now. Well, so I got this built, I placed it, and then I started crafting this. And I didn't get it done because it's like an 18-hour job. So I went out to the car and I took a sleep. I came back in. The whole furniture workbench was just gone. MIA. Gone. It was not in like a box. It was not in anywhere. It's just gone. And with it was the vise. So, yeah, it's a really weird bug. They need to focus on working on that type of stuff instead of trying to find new and innovative ways to kill somebody playing on Voyager. This is silly. Again, the death was my fault. I do not blame them for my stupidity. Like, whatsoever. That would be completely asinine. As much as I want to blame somebody, I gotta blame myself. Because it was just me not looking. But yeah, it was just gone. So I had to go all the way up to Signal Hill, pick up the other one, and bring it down. And not know if it was even going to work. Which it did, but I lost a lot of cedar wood, a lot of time, and a vise in the process. But at least I got my table where I want it now, which is all I kind of care about, but it was a big waste of time. And then we've got others coming in telling me that, they haven't fixed the trader quest. So they can't even finish that. I just think there's more important things when it comes to the game and player retention than, well, hey, let's change it from wolves to Timberwolves in the middle of a run. I think that's kind of misguided priority. I'm trying to be amicable and nice about it. I mean, I am an adult. I don't have to curse every 2 words. I just tend to because that's my mouth. It's going to be forever before we're ready to go hunt this cougar. Well, and the one experience, here's the only experience I've had with the cougar, was the run before this. I wasn't planning on messing with the cougar for a while because I'd just gotten the rifle, didn't have a lot of ammo. But I do have this tendency to say YOLO. Like, literally, I just go YOLO. So, here, let me show you the evidence of that. It's these guys. It's these 72 climbing ropes that I own. I was egged on by the chat to collect them. So yeah, I do tend to go off on tangents sometimes. So I had to go over to Mountain Town. I went to Mountain Town to go to HRV to go see about getting the Moosehide Satchel I think it was from Mystery Lake. And as I'm leaving the farmstead, just this god-awful, atrocious, unbalanced noise going on, and it's the Cougar. And we're on day 30, right? This is day 30. This is a brand new run. My gear isn't in the, it's not the best of gear you can find. I've only explored a few regions, and I just did get the rifle. And curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't have the rifle on me, which is why I was going to skip it, but I put multiple rounds with the pistol into that thing and multiple arrows into its face, and it just kept coming. And it's like something that strong that can kill you at day 30 when you're probably not going to be ready for it at day 30 may not be the best of implementations. It may not be the best way to handle it. I understand that they want it to be, and honestly, a bear would kick a cougar's ass, so it's not really the apex predator. A bear is. And you really can't turn them down. It was absolutely immersion breaking. Like, it's like, if I don't go deal with this, I'm going to go nuts. So I went over there, and we ended up dying because I didn't leave when I could have. And it was, again, I wasn't really super mad about it, but I just thought, okay, this entity is way too tough to be spawned in at 30 days. Or at however many days it might be on Loper or Stalker. But for Voyager, it's like 30 days. So, yeah, just... Jesus. I can tell you right now, based on the way the weather is going here in PV, based on how it had gone previously in this run, and now with that, with the Timberwolves switching in, this is literally them cranking the difficulty. And it doesn't need to be that way. I don't know. Maybe I'm idealistic. We're okay though. Like the gear took a hit, but we were able to repair it. Everything's fine. One wolf bite wouldn't equal, 40 or 50% damage on all of my gear, but that's what it ended up doing. I don't like the gear teleporting across the map from where I died. But yeah, in my opinion, a bear would kick a cougar's ass. So, if that fight ever happened in the wild, which I doubt, but I don't know, they just got it stuck in their head that they wanted this thing to be overpowered, and it's like, on the save I'm running now, I turned it off. Like, not this save, but the other save, that I'm kind of going back and doing the tails and stuff. I turned it off. I'm like, it's just not even worth it. It's content I'm just not interested in. Here, I'm more geared, and I'm like, let's go see if we can't put it down. And, like you mentioned, if I've got to sit up on a hill where it can't get to me, that's a little bit cheesy. And one of my good friends that's been watching me play this game for a long time is like, it's a mechanic. And I'm like, no, it should just be like any other animal. It shouldn't be some trial and error thing when something that powerful is coming at you. It really shouldn't. It should be, I shot it in the face, it died. But again, the community's got opinions. And look, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'll never tell somebody they're wrong. They can love the Cougar for what it is. They can love Cougar 1.0 for what it was. I thought it was not a good implementation at all. I thought it was really kind of lazy. The teleport mechanic was bad. But a lot of people thought it was cool. So I can't say they're wrong because I respect everybody's opinion. But at the same time, I hope everybody respects mine too. The Cougar doesn't do anything for me as a Voyager player at all. As a matter of fact, I think it takes away from the experience. But I'm at such a stage in this run where it's like, you know, if we die, we die. I don't want to necessarily lose everything, but if we die, we die. It's not the end of the world. It's just digital assets. I think it's neat to be adding, you know, am I the only, is there, how much, because I haven't seen a whole lot of talk about this, but like with Timberwolves, there should be Timberwolf crafting pelt recipes, not just a wolf pelt. It should be something else. Timberwolf socks, Timberwolf sweater, something. It shouldn't just be, oh, you can only use wolves for wolf coats. And then maybe adding them this much to the game and putting them in regions where they didn't used to be would make more sense. But they didn't do that. Well, and that's what I want to play with those too. I want to see what the head wrap does and how much it raises total temperature with double bear coat and, you know, like the best of the best of the best gear, which is why I cheated death. Usually I wouldn't have cheated death. I feel a little scuzzy for cheating death. Like legit. It's a permadeath game. The cheating death mechanic probably shouldn't even be in there. But they put it in there because of the cougar. So, I don't know. Like I said, I respect everybody's opinion. My way is not the way. It's just how I feel about stuff. I'm sure some agree with me, and I'm sure others don't. I after experiencing the cheating death, I'll never do it again. The black and white was obnoxious. A 20-day penalty when I didn't choose that is obnoxious. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm like, oh, hey, well, maybe we could make socks, or maybe we could make thermal underwear. Things that eventually... See, the reason that I like the crafted stuff is because it's renewable until you run out of some ammo source, whether it be arrows or, you know, actual ammunition. Eventually, no matter what, you're going to run out of cloth. That's just the way it is, because things degrade. Even if you don't get attacked, things still degrade. So you got to keep them repaired once they hit a certain point, and eventually you'll run out of cloth. And that's why I think having a renewable option would be awesome for pretty much everything. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like because they're so hyper focused on the final story episode of Wintermute, that they've let a lot of things slip through, and they've made some decisions that I don't feel like they've kind of made in the past. To their credit, though, they pulled the Cougar 1.0 down. They realized it was an extremely mixed reaction, and they pulled it away and said, okay, all right. I don't think they were extraordinarily happy about that, but they did change it. And that's credit to a developer for listening to their community. And I've got to give them nothing but love for that. That's honest truth. A lot of games don't do that. No Man's Sky couldn't give a shit about their community. They put out what they want to put out, whether it's good or bad or what anybody wants, and then they tout it as the greatest thing ever. And even when it doesn't work right, they'll fix it eventually. But they don't really flesh stuff out. And Hinterland takes the time to at least try to make what they add a bigger part of the game. And I can appreciate that. For a small team, you know, everybody's excuses for Hello Games is, oh, they're a small team. It's like, bro, No Man's Sky has sold 10 million copies. They can't say they're a small team anymore. Or they can't say they're a small studio anymore. 10 million copies. That's a lot of money. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta go grab some iced tea. I'm gonna kind of leave you some ambience. I usually do that with a fire, but give me just a second. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Sorry, the voice was getting even more gravelly than usual. So I needed I gotta have a little something to wet the whistle. Yeah, look, man, again, I can do nothing but praise them for that. They still want to do it their way, but they're willing to take feedback and they're willing to listen to people. And that means a lot. It really does. It's what keeps a lot of people coming back to this game. And I there's nothing but love for that. I don't think they always make the right decisions and stuff, but that's not for me to decide. It's just I can have my opinion. And as long as I don't trounce on anybody else's opinion, you know, I can disagree with someone as long as it's respectfully. And I think as long as somebody disagrees with me respectfully, we can always have a conversation. Like, and that's what it's really all about to me anyway. No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted that. But, I mean, as far as, like, you don't see Hello Games go into the forum on Steam and communicate with people or take feedback or anything like that. And it's why they've sold 10 million copies and they've got under 10,000 concurrent, is because people come, they go, I'm not interested in that, and they leave. I'm interested. We've been talking, a few of the other viewers and I have been talking about kind of wishing this was multiplayer. I know there's mods for it and stuff, but I think the option to do multiplayer, knowing full well it's not going to be like long-term survival kind of stuff, I think would still be kind of nice and kind of fun. So that aspect really excites me. Like co-op survival, I think is a really cool idea. So many other games have it, and it's like, I'd love to see it in this type of a setup. I am very interested to see, you know, the end of the story, because I feel like that's going to set up a lot of the narrative for Black Frost. At least I hope. Unless Black Frost is going to be a prequel, but then why would it be the, you know, the Silent Apocalypse? I'm looking forward to it. I'll buy it and I'm going to play it. You know, I've bought this game twice. I didn't have to, but I bought it twice because it's like, well, number one, I want the content. Number two, I want to support the developer because I like the way they're doing stuff. At the same time, I can still disagree with some of the stuff and how it's done. You go into a forum for like No Man's Sky and you say anything bad against that game and people are like, you're an idiot, you're a child, you're entitled. It's like, no, I have an opinion. See, there's a lot of things they could have done in this game too that I think would have been great. The addition of alcohol. You get a warm-up bonus, but you get some other type of debuff. Like maybe your speed is a little debuffed, or maybe your vision gets a little debuffed. You're telling me that nobody up here has got booze in the Great White North? Don't think so. I think ammo and guns would be way more plentiful if you're living out here on the tundra. There's a lot of little things that I think could really enhance the experience with this, but they haven't done it, and that's fine. You know, they don't have to do that. The booze thing would be fun, but I think they're afraid of doing the booze thing. I've seen some mods that have it, but I can't figure out how to put a mod loader on. I wanted to so I could make some other content and just be able to spawn some stuff in and play with it, but I can't figure out how to make it work. I've been trying for over 6 months. And now I've got a mod loader on my computer. I can't get off of here. It almost feels like malware. It won't be deleted in the normal ways. All right, so I feel like what we should really probably do at this point is just honestly pass time. There's not much we can do until we get rid of this 50% debuff. And again, that's not what I chose. That is not the option that I chose. Yeah, I know. But things that would be awesome for me, more so than even seeing, I know there's way more people that want to see Wintermute finished up, and don't get me wrong, it's just I'm not all that. I know that's Hinterland's big thing is story mode, because they want to really do these cinematic movie style things. That's what they want to do as a company, and that's great. But me as a player, I would rather see other stuff done first. And I know that's probably a very unpopular opinion, so I'm not going to scream it from the rooftops or nothing, but at the same time, I think it's a valid opinion that I think other people share too. I'd much rather see some other stuff get done. Mod support being one of them would be amazing, which is looking like it's going to be sometime this time next year, because they're talking about none of that gets done until after episode 5. So, and they're saying, late 2025 for that. So we're talking maybe not this time next year, but Q1, maybe late Q1, Q2 for that next year. And there are some good mods out there too. There's some good quality of life mods out there. And I'd love to try them, at least some of them, but I can't figure out how to get a decent mod manager on my computer. But the one I've got now, what is it? Hang on a second, I can tell you what it is. Melon Loader, and it refuses to be deleted. Even when I go to the base files and delete all the base files from my computer, it refuses to leave my computer. It feels like malware. Even though that's the go-to from what everything I can see is Melon Loader. I thought I had it figured out, and then I tried to load with console commands, with dev commands, and it wouldn't even load the game. Well, and that's fine. This is an older game. You can't expect a developer to support a game forever. Especially something like this with this model. Yeah, I know it sounds sketch, trust me. I've run all kinds of freaking malware software, or anti-malware and antivirus, and it's not picking anything up. Wait, so I lost my well-fed when I died? I guess that kind of makes sense. But if I didn't really die, then I didn't really die. So I shouldn't have lost my well-fed. Yeah, whatever. But I downloaded it from the official site and all that good stuff, and it just doesn't work as advertised. God, this is going to be ages, man. This stinks. Something this long, just absolutely. This, and again, this isn't the penalty I chose. They gave me options. I chose the options I wanted. They gave me the other ones. I don't know why. I was like, hell no, I don't want to 50% debuff for 20 days. And that's what I ended up with. I clicked on the other one. And see, those are the kind of little bugs, kind of like the furniture workbench that I'd rather see get worked out. I know they're not a big team, but at the same time, you know, they've sold a lot of copies of this game. Go see if this little shithead's still out in the front. Well, it was a permanent 20 or 10. I think it was 20. Which would be akin to having a frostbite affliction or something. I'm going to clear out these Timbies. Hey, shithead, smell me. Come here and smell my finger. Too far. Maybe not, he ran. No, he didn't. He just doubled back. Like, fuck me. Fuck you, buddy. I wanted to end you, shithead. Oh well. I guess leaving one alive may stall the respawn. Maybe that's not a good idea to kill them all. I feel like doing something stupid. It's too boring to sit around and just do this. I wanted to fight a damn cougar, but I screwed that up. And I think you asked a question earlier that I may have just kind of glossed over. I don't know on the potatoes. I don't know. Well, I haven't even got the FMV on the Cougar yet. So technically, because I'd been playing on that other save, I haven't really been on this save a whole lot. The night that I died to the Cougar, I came in here and I spent what I felt like was about 10 days, but I guess in all actuality, it was closer to 3 or 4, maybe 5. And now we're just trying to go through the motions. I thought we'd be able to pass time faster than this, which if I had just stuck to that plan, we'd have been fine. We wouldn't have had any problems at all. But I'm definitely wearing the tactical vest, that's for sure. Oh, come on, game. Yeah, I was just gearing up, and it's my own fault. Like, I can't express enough that this was not a bug. This was not a weird situation. This was me. And I own that. It sucks, but I got nobody to blame but myself. This would all have been avoided had I just checked my health. Is the new one out yet even? Yeah, that's the only one I see. And honestly, this shouldn't be around at all. It really shouldn't. I wasn't playing the game at that point. And then all these other ones that I can't get back to either. These limited time events that turned into Darkwalker eventually. It'd be nice if we had an opportunity to do those. Maybe it's the OCD in me, but I don't like seeing things that I can't complete. Probably the OCD in me. Yeah, me and this save have been through a lot. So it would suck to lose, but again, it's not a real big deal. See, I wasn't even playing at that point. I didn't even know about this game at that point. I think I picked it up in 21 or 22. Well, to be honest with you, that's one of the reasons I started making content for this game, was because I was kind of exactly the same way. Was almost too scared to leave the house, and every time I got a little bit cold, I'm like, oh my God, start a fire. And well, that's not necessarily a bad policy. It's just a waste of matches in the end. You know, the frostbite risk is not, or not frostbite necessarily, but hypothermia is not even that bad. Wait a minute. You just saw me put all those up there. No, I put them down there. Okay. I'm tweaking. I'm like, what the hell? There already isn't enough room for all the crackers that I've found in the world to be showcased. And I picked this particular location specifically to have plenty of space to showcase everything. Not knowing at the beginning of the run we were going to get 72 climbing ropes. That was a complete afterthought. Not the limited one, no. Not according to my information, no. But you can get... You can get the... That's a weird placement. That makes no sense. Physics. Okay, But you can, you know, go in and do the challenge. Ah, gotcha. Well, I end up making more time than I really should for everything I play. I've got Dune Awakening coming up before too long too that I'm gonna sink an ungodly amount of time into. Well, I mean, if you did it, you did it. Personally, and see, here's... So I've seen some of the bigger YouTubers slash streamers that shy away from showing people like little shortcuts and stuff. So, in my opinion on that is, you don't have to use them if you don't want to, but you shouldn't frown on how anybody else plays a single player game. Like, you know, what business is it of anybody else how you play your game? Somehow I feel like fine placement is even worse now that they've done this update. Now, if we were talking about, you know, a multiplayer game that's got a, you know, a global economy and it's going to hurt the experience of other players, I understand the, you know, the cheaty stuff and that being frowned on. But this is a single player game. Yeah, and I probably will. I'm just kind of starting to get into safe house customization. My first experience with it tonight was not super pleasant. But I'm kind of just getting started with it. I ended up making my crafting room that I'd always wanted here at the farmhouse. In kind of this den area where everything's organized and it's all in a nice place and there's displays and everything looks cool. And I suppose I can put up a picture back up there, but... Oh, definitely. And I appreciate it. Eventually I'll get there. This is a big ass house and I'm more concerned that it's just, I feel like I'm going to go room by room and display by display and kind of make it look nice. There's no way I'm going to get all that in here. If you want my honest thoughts, I don't see the purpose. I mean, I guess for late stage game stuff, you can trade to get more ammo or something like that, but I just had my first experience with the curing bin out here. And I put in 20 pieces of bear meat. And I ended up losing like 4,500 calories. Now you get 4-to-1 carry weight, which is kind of nice, but you ultimately lose calories. And then Patea was telling me earlier that if you do rabbit or wolf that's lower than the 900, it comes up to 900. Well, and that's eventually probably on the other save. The other save, I'm probably going to get a little more involved with the trader. This one, which is why, again, I don't really care if we lose it or not. I think the biggest thing would be getting salt, and I hunt big game. I don't hunt little game. I guess I could start hunting little game to do this with. If it brings rabbit up to 2 times its actual caloric intake and reduces its weight by 25 or 75%, I'd be okay with it. I haven't actually had a problem with the cat in this area yet, because apparently it's either not in this area or I'm just not at the 30-day mark. The problem I had was my own stupidity, where I didn't check if I was bleeding or not after a tiny little wolf bite. And I ended up bleeding out, so I had to cheat death because I don't want to start over just for the cougar. Yeah, and I may find that as well. I find that right now the trader's not really of a lot of interest to me. That doesn't mean that it isn't interesting. It's just not something that's I'm all that keen on rushing to go try. I've heard that's around the area he's going to be, but I don't know. The only cougar spawn I know of. Well, hey, thanks for hanging out, Elijah. I appreciate it. Thanks for chatting. It's good to meet you. The only one I'm sure of as far as cougar locations go is the one in Mystery Lake and the one in Mountain Town. Mystery Lake is up near Clearcut, and Mountain Town is right down near the farmstead. Here, I'm not 1,000,000,000% sure. But from the sound of what I've heard, it sounds like that's where he spawns, yeah. Is over by 3 strikes. That doesn't make it so. This display was already done, and I've got to redo it again. This kind of tells you how long I took a break for a while after I was a little disappointed because of my rope collection that I couldn't go back to where the new content was at, so it kind of irritated me because I'd pulled all the ropes to get there. So I took a break. I'm just now getting back to this save. I do have another save started. That one's a little more geared towards the actual game content and stuff. Like we're in the middle of the tails on that one. Just getting ready to start 2. I just didn't feel it tonight to get over into Zone of Contamination. So I thought I'd come in here and try to fight the cougar, and then I screwed up and had to cheat death. Again, my fault. Completely and utterly my stupidity. And I would have let the save go, except for I just don't want to spend a whole bunch of time trying to get back into shape to go do a cougar fight, because I want to see what the cougar fight, when fully geared and fully weaponized, is all about. And see if it's even worth doing, in my opinion. There are some unique things you can craft. But my first encounter with him went very poorly. He's very, very, very overpowered. So I came to this save thinking, okay, we're going to do it. And then I kind of screwed the whole thing up by not checking my health and letting a wolf bleed me out, basically. Again, my own fault. I know better. Happens to everybody sometimes, I guess. Okay, that about scared the shit out of me. Apparently this song's got lyrics. Like, who is talking in my ear right now? I specifically asked this playlist to not play anything with lyrics. Yeah, we don't have enough to finish the couch. So maybe we'll just reposition some of those distress pistols. Make it look nice. Honestly, this is one of my favorite parts of the game, even though it gets a little tedious. So I try to give myself breaks. Just making stuff look nice, and that's why eventually I will get to the full customization stuff. Stuff's expensive to craft, though. My God. Easy to gather, but expensive for the recipes. Oh, I'm one heavy. Are you kidding me? All right, that looks pretty okay. It's not great, but that used to stretch all the way across, but something they maybe did change because I didn't used to be able to get them that close together. But yeah, as far as the Cougar is concerned, I haven't even gotten the FMV, and I don't think I'm going to be able to go over and mess with them anytime soon due to this this affliction. So we're just going to have to kind of play it by ear, I guess. We're getting there when it comes to cleaning up the mess, though. We're not there yet. We're getting there, though. All of these can go upstairs at some point. These are just backup cloth, really. But we got to get that area cleaned up. I've used up all my cedar and fir for crafting stuff. I've got some cedar back here, but no fir right now. That's always bothered me that wasn't somewhat flush. All right, so I think what I'll end up doing is just coming in here on my time. No, I've got a 50% debuff right now, man. I want to give myself the best chance that I can get to go mess with him. And plus, I haven't even gotten the FMV that he's even in this area. We should be getting really close to it. But, hang on, let me look. No, that's not even the right thing. $654 and $670, so that's only 16 days. And I think, yeah, I'm gonna have to come in and just kind of sit here and maybe do some cooking and pass some time. I don't want to put you guys through that. It's not your guys' fault that I screwed up, and I feel bad because the thumbnail, I was supposed to be knee deep in a cougar at this point, and I just I screwed it up. I messed up. All my fault. Unfortunately, I can't take it back. Wish I could. But I think what we'll do is we'll go out and in, and then, like I said, I'll probably just come in here at some point and pass that time, and then I'll try to make some kind of funny thumbnail to make fun of myself for having to cheat death. But that is the first time I've ever done that, which sucks. Actually, I want to be full before I save. Where did I get a stim? Where did the rest of my meds go? Like, stuff's just missing from my inventory after I cheated death. I guess that's a thing. All right, now we're going to go out and we're going to go in. I may make a different thumbnail for the future people watching this. And I think I'm going to go to in-stream. It's been a little over 6 hours. That and that and that. All right, thank you to everybody that popped in tonight. It was really good to meet some new people, and I do apologize. My intent was to get that done, and I goofed it. We were so close to. We were so close to actually getting it done, and I just kind of crapped the bed when it came down to it. We'll get there. I'll try to sort that out tomorrow, and then maybe we'll come back to this tomorrow night, because I feel bad. I want to make sure that anybody that wants to see the cougar can come in and see the cougar. But again, it was my intention. I goofed. But until next time, guys, thanks for hanging out. And I will see you very, very soon with some more Long Dark streams and some other stuff. I may work on a video for a little bit tomorrow, too. So hopefully we'll be on about 6 p.m. Central yet again tomorrow. Till then, guys, thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.